like to see Mr. Anthony Fulmer. Is he expecting you?
Yes, he is.
308.
Which direction?
Down the hall.
Yep. When he called, he just said that he was at this hotel and wanted to see me.
That's it.
That's it.
To tell you the truth, I had trouble getting that much out of him. He just sort of ran out of words.
When Della called, there was no answer.
Maybe he went out to get something to eat or something.
Or something.
Breaking and entering?
Yep.
Nope. Mr. Fulmer? I'll call the paramedics.
Don't bother. Call the morgue.
Now, it is my distinct pleasure to open the initial session of this conference by first introducing 4 of the brightest stars in the mystery novel firmament. First, I'd like you to meet the creator of that delicious librarian sleuth, Edwina Crutchfield, the brilliant Martha Robertson.
I've known Martha for years. Don't you just love her books?
Nah.
Oh,
And
I
now,
do.
the man who's made Cruz Suarez a household name, one of the first writers to have created a Latino detective with mass popular appeal, Mr. Michael Garcia.
Now, he's good.
Oh, it's too violent.
Everybody's favorite ex-policeman and the logical successor to Hamilton Chandler, the one and only Max Mulgrew.
I used to read all his books.
Not me.
You're a woman.
The young lady who's added a dash of spice to the mystery novel recipe, Miss Rita Sue Bliss.
Her books are practically pornographic.
How would you know?
Now, our
I've read every
subject
one
this
of them.
afternoon, as you know, is the true crime story, and the example we'll be using is the current bestseller, A Passionate Death. A Passionate Death, based on the notorious Blaisdell murder case. And now I am pleased to present the man who later this evening will be presented with our annual Wilkie Award for Lifetime Achievement, the author of A Passionate Death, Mr. Bradley Thompson.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Before we take questions, I thought I'd share with you some of the difficulties of transferring a real crime to the pages of a book. Now, naturally, one can't just set down what could be a tedious transcription of the trial, and on the other hand, one mustn't distort the truth. In fact, the prime obligation of the writer is to strictly adhere to the actual facts of the case.
Unbelievable.
You have a problem with that, mister? Mr. Melansky, is it?
No, please, go right ahead.
Mr. Melansky, if you have any objection to what I've said, I think we'd all like to hear it.
I don't really think this is the time or the place.
You have read my book, Mr. Melansky?
Every word.
Yes, I'm not surprised, since it was your employer who convinced the jury that his client, Angela Blaisdell, was innocent of the murders.
She was innocent.
As I say in my book.
That's not all you said.
I should hope not, or it wouldn't have sold 200,000 copies in the first month. Now, please, tell us. What's on your mind?
All right. You were just talking about the writer's responsibility to adhere to the truth. Why didn't you do that in A Passionate Death?
You didn't like my book, did you, Mr. Molansky?
No, I hated it.
That's a bit harsh, isn't it?
I don't think so. Allow me to refresh your recollection.
Oh, I'm sorry, son. I didn't realize we were back in the courtroom.
Angela Blaisdell was accused of murdering her millionaire husband, Jack, and his married lover, Helen Fulmer. Perry Mason was able to prove that 3 other people had as much motive and opportunity to kill the victims as had Angela Blaisdell. The basis of Mr. Mason's defense was that there was reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant, Angela Blaisdell.
I covered that in the book.
In your book, Mr. Thompson, you left no doubt that the killer was Anthony Fulmer, the husband of the murdered woman.
A writer must bring his own point of view to everything he writes.
And just what is your point of view about Anthony Fulmer's suicide 4 months ago?
You seem to forget, Miss Street, that it was your very own Perry Mason who originally raised the possibility of Anthony Fulmer's guilt.
He established that someone other than Angela Blaisdell could have committed those crimes.
That's right. Mr. Mason never accused Fulmer, but you did. You tried and convicted him in your book.
Have you never heard of artistic license, Mr. Molansky?
Have you ever heard of professional or moral responsibility, Mr. Thompson?
I think we've gotten a little off track here. I really thought we were going to be discussing somewhat more generalized subjects.
I've said all I have to say. But if this were a courtroom, I would now move for a directed verdict of guilty.
Well, I say let's do it. Let's vote. All in favor of guilty?
Hold it. Miss Street, Mr. Molansky, have you met everyone yet?
Not yet, but there's no hurry.
Oh, nonsense. This is a party. Everybody should know everybody. Rebecca. This is Miss Della Street, Mr. Kenneth Molansky, Rebecca Austin.
Miss Austin?
Miss Street, Mr. Molansky.
Are you also a writer, Miss Austin?
Well, I'm trying to be. Right now I work for Brad Thompson.
Look, I know how it must have sounded this afternoon, but we happen to feel very strongly
I'm
about...
sure that we all feel very strongly about certain things, Mr. Molansky, but that doesn't give us the right to resort to personal attacks. Now, if you'll excuse me.
We're the hit of the party.
Della.
Oh, Martha.
I know this isn't the place, but sometime this weekend we've got to catch up.
Absolutely, dear. Ken, this is Martha Robertson, my dear friend, Ken Molansky.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I have to thank you both for this afternoon's entertainment. I can't remember when I had a better time.
I take it you're not a big Brad Thompson fan either.
Well, you know how with some people you have to get to know them to really like them? Well, I think with Brad, you have to have been married to him to hate him.
You were married to Brad Thompson?
Yes, 7 years, 46 days, and 3 hours.
Yeah? Well, I'd rather be a has-been than a thief like you.
Max, have you any idea what an embarrassment you are?
You rotten, miserable phony.
It's the first time I've ever known you willingly give up your booze.
Oh, come here. Take it easy. Come on, Max. Take it easy. All right.
Thank you, Mike.
Forget it. I should have let him knock your brains out.
Are you all right?
Not so bad, though I never did acquire a taste for scotch.
I'll go get you a towel.
And another margarita, please, love.
Now I'm really having a good time.
I'll have another one, sweet pea. Not too elegant, Max, but still effective.
Excuse me. I have to compliment Max on his aim. I like your style and your damn good shot.
Give me a double.
Look up and smile.
I think I'll freshen up before dinner.
You look fresh to me.
Later. Bradley, darling, I just wanted to tell you that I thought you handled yourself with a lot of class just then. If a man threw a drink in my face, he'd end up walking funny for a whole month.
I'm overwhelmed. That's the nicest thing you've said to me in years.
That's the only thing I've said to you in years.
Excuse me, I forgot my purse. Oh!
Anti-wrinkle cream. Good luck.
And people always say such nasty things about you. For the life of me, I can't understand why.
Is everything all right here?
Why wouldn't it be? Here I am surrounded by my closest friends. What could be more pleasant?
Let's get out of here.
Well, are we having fun yet?
And, as you are all aware, our Wilkie Award for Lifetime Achievement is named after Wilkie Collins, the famous 19th century English novelist who is credited with inventing the modern mystery novel. So, what could be more appropriate than presenting this year's award to the versatile Renaissance man who practically reinvented the form? No one has created so many different detectives and investigators and has written in so many different but always brilliant styles. I am honored to present this year's award to Mr. Bradley Thompson.
Thank you, Jason. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Jason spoke about my so-called versatility. Well, I think that I would have died of boredom if I had to keep writing about the same detective over and over again. I think that the one thing that kept me going is always setting myself new.
Is there a doctor here? Sorry. I'm afraid he's dead.
But to continue, ladies and gentlemen, I realize this is a very late hour, but there again, this is a very serious matter. Contrary to what you all may believe, Mr. Thompson did not die of a heart attack or, in fact, from any natural cause. Mr. Thompson, I am sad to say, was poisoned to death.
Are you certain?
Ma'am, the coroner's report, which I received just about a half an hour ago, said that Mr. Thompson ingested enough of the poison chlorobenzate to kill an entire team of horses.
Lieutenant, something tells me you haven't gathered us all together because we are the next of kin.
Well, I should hope not, sir. You see, the report said that the poison was administered sometime today between the hours of 4:30 and 6 p.m. And from what the coroner is able to tell from his examination of the body, the poison was contained in a drink made with tequila, possibly a margarita.
Maybe we all got lucky and he poisoned himself.
Possibly. But we also found that Mr. Thompson's room had been ransacked after he died. No, sir. He couldn't do that himself.
Lieutenant, with all due respect, you understand. Just why have we all been gathered here in the middle of the night for this late-breaking news bulletin?
Well, ma'am, I should think that rather obvious. I mean, the poison was given to Mr. Thompson sometime during the cocktail party just the 9 of you attended earlier today. So with all due respect to you, that would seem to make each and every one of you a murder suspect.
Oh, but surely you don't mean all of us.
Oh, but I do, sir. Mr. Tweed, I am not known for saying anything I don't mean, and I mean one of you killed Bradley Thompson, and I'm asking all of you to stay in town until I can find out which one of you did it.
Did you bring Molansky here to cause trouble for Brad Thompson?
Brad Thompson makes his own trouble.
Will you be representing Molansky Street yourself?
They've been arrested?
Well, they have been identified as suspects.
Well, if they need representation, I'm available. See you in court.
Just what is your position?
I'll see you in court.
How does it feel having your two associates suspects in a murder case, Mr. Mason?
Oh, in court.
Mr. Mason, one more question.
The most frustrating part of the whole business is we must have been in the room when the murder was committed. And I have no idea who could have done it. And I should have.
And it was just the 9 of you there.
Including the bartender.
The police honestly consider the 2 of you to be suspects?
I guess you heard about our little debate.
The whole world heard.
I guess I did get a little carried away.
Well, so did I.
I heard about that, too.
It was Brad Thompson that provoked it.
Anyhow, Brock figures that gives us motive.
Uh-huh. It's Brock again.
And here are the names of everyone that was at the party.
And believe me, most of them weren't great Brad Thompson admirers either.
4 of them fairly well-known writers. Easy to look into. There's Martha Robertson. Friend of yours, isn't she?
Yes. And I like her.
I know you like her. Otherwise, you wouldn't be friends.
What do you want me to do?
The bartender.
His name's Chris Hobson.
Yeah, well, talk to him. Considering Thompson's drink was poisoned, he's not a bad place to start.
You want me to sample the drinks?
Last one's on me.
Anyhow, like I was saying, I was working in Chicago, a place called Danny's. You ever heard of it? Oh, it's this bar and grill on the north side. But then about a month and a half ago, I get mugged by a couple of teenagers. That's the 3rd time in 6 months. Well, I decided right then and there I wasn't going to spend another day in Chicago. I just needed a change of scenery.
So you wound up here?
Yeah. And now I find myself mixed up in a murder investigation. I don't know, maybe it's just my line of work, not the geography.
And you didn't notice anything out of the ordinary at the party?
No. It's like I told that cop. And believe me, I went over the whole thing in my mind. I mean, I knew they'd be asking me about it.
Is it possible that there's some odd little detail that you ignored at the time?
No. I mean, the only odd thing was that for a party, nobody seemed to be having a very good time. You included.
In other words, you didn't see anybody slip anything into Brad Thompson's drink?
No. No, I think I might have remembered that.
What happened to the bottles and glasses from the party?
Oh, the police have them. I don't think they found anything in any of the bottles, though. I mean, if they did, I'd probably be under arrest by now.
Hey, kid. Hit me again.
Thanks for your time, Chris.
Yeah, no problem.
Maximo Drew's career's been on a downhill slope for the last 5 or 10 years. I don't even think he's had a book out since '85.
You follow his career?
No, but he's sort of a media personality. He does a lot of talk shows, commercials, stuff like that.
Harry, I've been trying to find you. Martha Robertson wants to see you right away.
Why is Martha Robertson under arrest? I will tell you why she's under arrest. We found this hidden in her hotel room. Forensics says it has the same poison in it that killed Thompson. We also found traces of the poison in Martha Robertson's purse. We have a glass with residue of the poison in it. Now, to make matters really interesting, one of the secretaries at the county building said Miss Robertson used that same identical poison in one of her books.
What does she have to say?
Nothing, just that she wanted to talk to you.
I would very much like to talk to her. Anytime in the near future.
Be my guest. But Mr. Mason, before you go charging off taking a case, I think there's something else you might want to know. The lab identified 3 sets of fingerprints on that glass that I spoke of. The bartender's, the deceased, and Martha Robertson's.
Mr. Mason, I didn't kill Brad Thompson. I'd like you to help me prove it. I understand you're about the best there is. Della certainly thinks so.
I'm afraid I'll have to know a little more.
Anything.
The poison they found in your room and in your purse.
I don't know anything about it. I don't know how it got in my room. I don't know how it got in my purse.
But you'd written about that particular poison in your book.
Mr. Mason, I use poisons a lot in my books. All kinds of poisons. Somehow it seems cleaner to me than shooting holes in people. But I get all that information from my research. I wouldn't know how to actually go out and obtain any poison for myself, even if I wanted to.
What about your fingerprints on the glass?
The only thing that I can think of is that as I was leaving, I spilled the contents of my purse, and when I bent over to pick everything up, I bumped the table, and I had to catch Brad's glass in order to keep it from tipping over.
You were very outspoken about how much you disliked him.
Well, so was Della. And your Mr. Molansky.
But poison wasn't found in their rooms.
Mr. Mason, I'm not the kind of person who frightens easily, but right now I'm scared to death. You see, I had a rather strong motive to kill Brad. Did you know we were married for 7 years?
46 days and 3 hours. Mr. Molansky has a very good memory.
Oh. 1 gin and tonic, and I talked my fool head off. Anyhow, during our marriage, I did most of the writing on the books Brad first had published. Somehow he convinced me it was better that they come out under his name. Finally, after a lot of, as he said, nagging on my part, he agreed to start giving me co-authorship credit. And then he reneged. We wound up in a very ugly divorce. It wasn't a community property state, so I didn't even get any money for the books I'd actually written. And 2 had been sold to the movies. So you see, I had a lot of reasons to hate him. But I did not kill him. Please help me.
All right, Miss Robertson. But I warn you, it's going to be an uphill battle.
Well, if you lose the case, there is a bright side. If I'm found guilty, at least Della and Mr. Molansky will be off the suspect list.
So what time's your next rendezvous?
Oh, Michael, you are being ridiculous.
I'm ridiculous. You were strutting around the pool practically naked, batting your eyes at every man under 85. Why don't you just hand out cards with your room number printed on them? Now that would be a big mistake.
I don't mean to intrude. I wonder if you could spare me a bit of your time.
Well, it would be my pleasure, Mr. Mason.
Martha Robertson's been charged with Thompson's murder.
And you're going to be her attorney, right? Well, thank goodness for that.
I just wondered if you saw something at that cocktail party that might help in her defense.
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Well, she spilled her purse. Would she have had time or the opportunity to have dropped something into Thompson's drink?
Gee, I'm not sure I can help you with that. See, I was bent down helping Martha pick up her things, so I'm not sure I know where anybody was just then.
I understand that you and Brad were once quite close.
Well, we had a little thing going for a while, if that's what you mean.
5 years ago?
Yes. Well, I was just starting out then, and Bradley suggested that we collaborate on a book together. Well, you can imagine, I thought the idea was just too thrilling for words. Unfortunately, I ended up writing the whole book myself.
But he refused to send it to his publisher.
Yes. He said that it was too dirty. I tried to explain to him that sex sells, but he refused to listen, so that was the name of that tune. End of romance. I tell you, for a man with no compunctions whatsoever about stealing other people's work, he sure drew funny moral lines.
But he didn't steal your work.
Oh, no. I wasn't talking about that. I meant A Passionate Death. You know, the book your Mr. Melansky likes so much.
You actually wrote that book?
No, but I sure as hell was going to. I sat in on that trial for months. I interviewed just about everybody, took notes till my pretty little hand almost fell off. Unfortunately, I made the mistake of sending copies of my research to my publishing company.
Which also happened to be Brad's publishing company.
And one of the editors there sent it on to Brad, and so before I could finish my book, A Passionate Death was already a bestseller.
Why didn't you take legal action?
Well, my attorney said that the Blaisdell trial was a matter of public record, and I'd probably wind up losing a lawsuit. So the best thing I could do was change publishers. But what difference does it make anyway? I'm still on the smiling side of 40. I got a good career. There's a great man in my life. I guess you could say I sort of have it all.
Doesn't having it all usually mean having a family?
Well, I might even consider that if I ever meet a man I can't intimidate. Why do you ask, Mr. Mason? You applying for the job?
I'll let you know.
Well, I'll be waiting.
It's simply awful. I mean, canceling the conference means we have to make refunds to everybody. But the hotel is insisting we still pay for the rooms. And even worse, this murder is going to totally destroy our reputation. I doubt we'll even have another conference.
Well, it was a bad week for Brad Thompson, too.
Oh, I can't tell you how badly I feel about that. I thought I was doing such a clever thing by inviting those people. And here I may even be indirectly responsible for his death.
Oh, believe me, Mr. Tweed, whoever killed Brad Thompson didn't need your invitation.
Well, that's kind of you to say, Mr. Mason. And I won't keep you any longer. Ah, Miss Street.
Mr. Tweed? You think he did it? Well, I mean, he always looks guilty about something.
Tell him. I don't think he did it. Ken.
I know. Talk to that bartender again, find out what everybody was drinking.
And?
How much? I'm on my way.
This is some more information about our little group of suspects. Colorful group, aren't they? Including Martha, I am very sorry to say.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I'd say that's one of the reasons you became friends. She's so colorful. You read these. Here.
He never stole from anybody. And anybody who said he did is just being jealous and vindictive.
How long did you know him?
2 years. I'd been a creative writing student, and he'd spoken at our college a couple of times. He'd been kind enough to read a couple of stories that I'd had published in a fairly obscure literary magazine. Anyhow, I guess he liked them because he'd promised to teach me to be a novelist in exchange for being his research assistant.
And you accepted?
Of course. I even did a lot of work on A Passionate Death, as a matter of fact.
You mean you wrote it?
No.
But he had all the material for the book, didn't he?
Yes, but that...
So you just put all of it together into a kind of narrative.
That doesn't mean
It means you actually wrote the book.
But he'd already done all the research on it.
Didn't it bother you that you really wrote that book and he got all the glory and all the royalties?
No, of course not. Anyhow, Brad had promised that on the next book we would share the writing credits. And he would have done it. I know he would have.
Tell me, Rebecca, A Passionate Death came out well over 6 months ago, and that means it had to be delivered to the publisher at least 6 months before that. What had Brad been doing the last year?
Writing his autobiography.
With your help?
No. He was writing it by himself. I never saw any of it.
Miss Austin, where's the manuscript of Brad's autobiography?
In my room. Brad felt it would be safer to keep it there.
Oh, you scared me.
You scared us. You think I might read that manuscript? There could be something in there that might help Martha.
Actually, Brad's literary executor has first claim to it, and I'm sure they wouldn't want anybody else reading it before they had an opportunity to.
Perry.
Who is the literary executor?
I am.
Excuse me, Perry. Martha's publisher put up her bail, but before you talk to her, you better read this.
Have you read it?
But, well...
You looking for Chris? Packed up and took off a couple hours ago.
Took off? Where?
Said he got a better offer from another hotel. Said he only have to work days. I told him he was nuts. A bartender gets twice the money working nights.
Did he say what hotel? You know where Chris is from?
The Midwest somewhere, I think.
Chicago?
Maybe. But he used to root for the Cards. Said he missed going out to Busch Stadium.
Thanks a lot.
Sure.
All right, yes, I did threaten to kill him.
You mind if I record this? Now, you threatened to kill him in front of witnesses, lawyers.
Let me explain. As part of our divorce settlement 18 years ago, Brad and I agreed to hold on to a piece of property in California as tenants in common. As far as I knew, it was more or less desert wasteland. And except for paying my share of the taxes, I didn't give it another thought. And then about 6 months ago, Brad contacted me and said that he wanted to donate the land to the state as a wildlife refuge.
So you signed over your half.
And then about 2 weeks later, I found out he had sold the entire piece of property to a real estate developer for a very large shopping mall. I hired a lawyer. We all had a meeting, and I'm afraid I lost my temper. I said something about Brad being an endangered species, and that I personally was going to make him extinct. I know it wasn't very bright of me.
No, it wasn't. What else haven't you told me?
Nothing. I swear, nothing.
The poison they found in your room. Could somebody have put it there before the party?
I don't know. After Della and Mr. Melansky had their sparring match with Brad, I went up to my room and spent the rest of the day working on my new book. And then I started to get... Wait a minute. Around 5 o'clock, I called room service for some mineral water. But when it came, I was in the shower. Somebody called out room service. I called back, leave it on the table, and when I got out, there it was, right next to my purse.
Room service. We'll look into it.
Look into everyone, please. Brad Thompson used everybody. It was the story of his life.
Could be the story of his death.
Sorry to interrupt. Chris Hobson skipped out a couple hours ago. I checked on what he told me about Chicago, said he tended bar at a place called Danny's. I talked to the union there, and they have no record of a Chris Hobson, and there is no bar called Danny's.
Do you think he could be the murderer?
I think he knows more than he's told us. A lot more. I'm sure Lieutenant Brock made it very clear that he was to stay here. Right here.
I already told Lieutenant Brock I don't know whether it was a man or a woman.
But they did steal the manuscript. Well, they took a pretty big risk breaking in while you were here.
It's their only chance, I guess. I've hardly left this room since Brad died.
Rebecca, what could have been in that manuscript?
Someone wants hidden. Maybe that's why he was killed in the first place.
Whoever killed him is in for a big surprise.
What do you mean?
Well, yesterday after you left, I sat down and I read the manuscript. I'm afraid Bradley had only written a couple of chapters and only took him as far as high school.
Funny. He couldn't seem to write one thing himself. Not even his own life story. Tell me, who knew that Brad was writing that autobiography?
He was pretty much keeping it a secret. But he did an interview with the writer from Detective Digest, and he told him.
Do you have a copy of the magazine?
No. But it should be out on the stands either today or tomorrow. He also told him about the book that he and I were supposed to be writing, and I'm sorry, I just don't know what to do.
Look, Ken and I disagree with the ethics of a passionate death, but it was brilliantly written. And it was your writing. Your future will soon start taking care of itself, young lady. It'll do that much sooner if you just get some rest.
Thank you, Mr. Mason.
I'll buy.
Good. Straight soda, no ice.
Sounds good.
Ken, we have to find Chris Hobson.
She didn't say it was Chris who broke in.
He holds the key to this whole case, and I mean that literally.
You mean whoever planted the poison in Martha's room actually had key access?
And whoever was in Rebecca's room.
The personnel manager told me that when Chris Hobson first started working here, they had plenty of bartenders, so they put him on room service for a week.
So, he must have been issued a pass key.
I also found out he volunteered to tend bar at the cocktail party.
Just find him. Get him back here.
St. Louis. He was a big Cardinal fan. He even used to go out to the park.
Hobson's probably not his real name.
I'll take some of the pictures that Jason Tweed took at the party. He must be in one of them. Then I guess I'll just have to start bar hopping.
St. Louis. Why does that ring a bell?
Well, it's a fairly well-known city in the Midwest.
Of course it is.
I'll leave first thing in the morning.
No, tonight. You'd better leave tonight.
Of course he stole from me. Why should I be different from everybody else?
You old buddies. MP's in Korea, wasn't it?
Yeah. When I got out, I joined the force in Frisco and Brad started writing. Then, when his book started coming out, I figured, damn, if he can do it, why can't I? You know how it is. It took a hell of a long time, but eventually I quit the force and I gave it a shot.
So you went to your old friend for some advice.
Yeah. I told him about some of my cases and he got real excited. He said we should collaborate on my first one, you know, kind of like an apprenticeship or something. Of course, I ended up writing the whole thing. Anyway, Brad sent it to his publisher and it came out. With his name on it.
Murder on Mission Street.
Right. And not a word about Max Mulgrew. Not even in the acknowledgments. So we had this big fight, and I mean real fight, and I nailed that sucker good.
You must have had some very hard feelings. Do you still?
Oh, look. Look, if I wanted to kill Brad, and I've wanted to, believe me, I'd have shot the creeper, maybe beaten him to death, but poison? Hell. That's not my style.
Max, where were you last night about 11 o'clock?
Why?
That's when someone broke into Rebecca Austin's room.
I was alone. In my room. Curled up with a good bottle. Unfortunately, that's all.
Still meddling, Mason? I wonder when you'd get around to me.
You were a protege of Brad Thompson's.
That's a fair description.
Tell me about it.
Sure. Well, let's see. Well, after I got out of the Army, I wrote a book about Nam. Heroes Without Valor. You ever hear it?
Sorry.
Well, why should you? It sold under 2,000 copies. Anyway, my publisher told me that maybe Vietnam wasn't too commercial anymore, and that I should try to write about something else.
Like a detective story with a Vietnam vet as the hero.
Anyway, he sent me to Brad. Said Brad was very good with young writers and a great teacher. I told Brad the premise of my book. He seemed to like it very much. I'd send him chapters, right? Then he'd send me back these notes. Well, it took me about a year to finish it. And by that time, my wife and I, we were just flat broke. So then when Brad read the final version, he offered me a big fat $10,000 for all the rights to it.
You didn't take the money.
I told him to take that $10,000 and stick it in his ear. And eventually, I did find myself a better publisher. And the rest is trivial history.
They say that Thompson's genius was that he wrote in many different styles. But he wasn't a genius, was he? He was a fraud.
Maybe. But I'll tell you something. He was a good teacher. Man, I learned a lot from him.
When did you learn that all the time you were writing the book, Brad was carrying on an affair with your wife?
You're good, Mason. You know that? No, I mean, you're really very good. What does that have to do with anything?
That has been considered a very good motive for murder.
That's old news, Mason. Me and my wife, we've been divorced for over 2 years now. You don't know me so good, you know? I just don't go around killing people.
What about 11 o'clock last night?
You think I broke into that girl's room and slugged her? Well, I didn't. I didn't poison anybody either. 11 o'clock last night? I was watching the late news on TV.
Alone?
Yeah.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Garcia.
Oh, by the way, speaking about poison, I just want to save you some time. I was a chemistry major in college.
I know.
Well, looky who's here, Mr. Mason. What have you been doing? Giving poor little Michael the 3rd degree? I hope you haven't put him in a bad mood for our picnic. By the way, I told you he'd be back now, didn't I?
You mind telling me where you were at 11 o'clock last night?
Well, didn't Michael tell you?
He said he was alone, watching the TV news.
Oh, how very gallant. I just knew I could make a gentleman out of him. You ready for some home cooking, darling?
You drive.
Gladly.
Can I help you? I hope so. It's the 19th bar I've been to today. I'm looking for this guy.
Never saw him before.
You're sure?
What do you want with him?
He's a material witness to a murder trial in Colorado.
You're going to tell me everything you know about that guy, or you're going to face charges as an accessory after the fact in a murder case.
They all had reason to hate Thompson. They all had a chance to poison his drink. But I'm not sure their motives are strong enough.
He stole from all of them.
Why wait until now to get even? No, I'll bet it has to do with what somebody thought was in that autobiography. That reminds me, I need the latest issue of Detective Digest. Hello? Well.
I'm at a place called Mobby's Bar. Chris Hobson's been working here for the last 3 years. He just got away from me, but don't worry, I got a lead. The location on his sister, I'm told they're very close.
Good work.
There's one more thing. His real name isn't Hobson. It's Fulmer. Chris Fulmer.
Of course. Anthony Fulmer's son. That's why St. Louis rang a bell. That's where Fulmer came from. And he had 2 children.
That's the way I figured it, too. The Blaisdell case.
If we're looking for motive, Chris must have held Brad Thompson directly responsible for his father's suicide. Ken, the hearing starts tomorrow. We have to find him.
I'll sure try.
Here you go. Anything else?
Is this table okay right here?
Sure. Would you like a menu?
Oh, no, thanks, Judy.
Do I know you?
Well, you got that, coffee and some toast, please.
Okay.
Judy Fulmer, isn't it?
This doesn't say Fulmer.
You're right, but I'm a buddy of your brother Chris's. Just got into town. I've been trying like hell to contact him, but I've been striking out. Somebody told me you worked here and you could put me in touch.
Yeah? What's your name?
Ken Molansky.
I've never heard him mention that name. Besides, I haven't seen my brother in weeks.
Look, Judy. Chris is in big trouble. I'd like to help.
Let go of me.
He's a material witness in a murder case. I have to talk to him.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you do. And I think you know where he is.
I told you I haven't seen Chris.
You probably think you're protecting him, but you're not. If Chris hasn't done anything wrong, the smartest thing he can do is turn himself in.
Do you think he killed somebody?
No. I've talked to your brother. I don't think he's the killer type.
Then why don't you get out of here and leave me alone?
Because I'm involved in defending the woman who's accused of the murder. I think his testimony could help her. Judy. I'm not leaving town until I talk to him. Excuse me, what happened to my waitress?
Hey, what about the toast?
This is the glassine envelope which was discovered by me in the defendant's room.
Now, Lieutenant, that purse which is marked People's Exhibit number 8, can you identify it, please?
Yes, this is the defendant's handbag, which had contained her wallet and identification, which was recovered by me at the same time as the envelope, sir.
And did you turn those items over to your Sergeant Chang of your forensic department?
Yes, I did.
And you had a conversation with Sergeant Chang subsequently, right?
Yes, I did.
Now, for purposes of probable cause only, what did he say?
He said that the powder in the envelope and the residue in the purse were the same, and that it was the poison that had been determined to have caused the victim's death.
I see. And what did you do next?
I read the defendant her rights, and I placed her under arrest for the murder of Bradley Thompson.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Your witness, Mr. Mason.
Bailiff, please leave that envelope with Lieutenant Brock. Thank you. Now, Lieutenant Brock, precisely where in the defendant's room did you find that envelope?
Well, there was a bureau to the right of the door as you entered. I found it in the second drawer under some underwear.
You went straight for the underwear, did you?
Objection, Your Honor. There's no relevancy, and if there were, it is an improper question.
Sustained. Lieutenant, although you found that envelope under her underwear, none of Miss Robertson's fingerprints were found on the envelope, were they?
Nope.
Now, you found and took custody of Miss Robertson's purse when?
The morning after Mr. Thompson's death.
In other words, more than 12 hours after the poison had to have been administered.
Well, I suppose so.
Miss Robertson, may I ask you to get your purse from the defense table?
Objection, Your Honor. Defendant has not been sworn in.
Defendant is not going to testify, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Miss Robertson, would you hand the purse to Lieutenant Brock? Now, Lieutenant, is that purse empty?
Yes, the purse is empty, Mr. Mason.
That purse, People's Exhibit 8, you identified as Miss Robertson's. Is that correct?
That is correct, and she also said that she never let it out of her sight.
Oh, it probably wouldn't have made any difference, would it?
What are you talking about?
Miss Robertson, would you bring the purse here? Now, would you hold it as you would normally? Thank you. Now, please carry it to the exhibit table. What I'm talking about, Lieutenant, is that it's an open purse. Anyone could have dropped something in it, even while she was holding it. Miss Robertson, I'd like my pen back, please. It's in the purse. Thank you.
Objection, Your Honor. This is a murder trial, not a magic show.
A visual aid, Your Honor.
Objection overruled, but no more theatrics, Counselor. All right?
Theatrics, Your Honor? Certainly not. No more theatrics. No more questions.
It's after 12. We'll recess until 1:15.
I spoke with Della this morning. She said Michael Garcia's service record should come sometime this afternoon. She also asked me to call a Detective Resnick at the San Francisco Police Department. Evidently, he knew Max Mulgrew before he quit the service. All the information is here in this folder.
Thank you. Excellent. Anything else?
Just that I was to pray that Mr. Melansky gets lucky in St. Louis.
Della thanks you, I thank you, and we'll all pray.
No, you pack up and go now. Otherwise, this Melansky will have you arrested before you know it.
Chris!
Run!
Chris! Take it easy! I just want to talk to you.
How is he?
Mr. Fulmer has a concussion and he's aspirated.
Dr. Stone?
He's what?
He swallowed a lot of water.
Can I talk to him? It's very important.
The medication we've given him is taking a little bit longer than we expected to wear off. Probably not for an hour or so.
Okay. I'll be in the waiting room.
Thank you.
But the real reason for your divorcing your wife was her involvement with Bradley Thompson. Isn't that right?
Yes, I suppose so. I didn't kill him, Mason. I saw enough killing in Vietnam to last me a lifetime.
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Mason is defense counsel here, not the prosecutor, and this man is a witness, not a defendant.
I'm inclined to agree, Mr. Mason. Let's move along.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Garcia, were you aware that Bradley Thompson had been working on his autobiography?
Yes.
Did you happen to read the Detective Digest interview in which he said, I quote, "You can be sure some of my friends will be distressed by the literary skeletons I intend to bring out of the closet in my book."
Oh, yes. Bradley had this wonderful flair for creating his own hype. But it didn't worry me. Hey, I got nothing to hide.
Isn't it true that part of your success rose out of the fact that you were one of the first Latino writers to have created a popular Latino detective?
Yeah. I guess so.
And wasn't Bradley Thompson one of the few people who knew your real name is Michael Garfield? That you haven't a drop of Latino blood in your body? Weren't you afraid that Thompson's revealing that fact to the world would destroy your popularity?
Mr. Mason, I figured the books were popular enough now to stand on their own. So when you get your next issue of Detective Digest, you will also find a profile on me in which I confess to that little deception.
Little deception. I already have the galley proof of the next issue. I look forward to reading the whole article. No further questions.
Mr. LaRusso.
No questions, Your Honor.
In that case, this hearing is in recess until tomorrow morning.
I'll catch up with you. Can I talk to you for a minute? Max, I warn you. If I think you're lying to me, I'll put you on the stand and you won't like it. Now, I've learned that you didn't quit the police force. You were kicked off because you ran from a firefight during which your partner was killed.
Look, Mason, that was a long time ago, but if it gets out now, I'm right down the tubes. I'm history.
Whether or not it gets out is up to you.
And maybe you don't understand. I can't get it together anymore. I haven't been able to write anything for years. Maybe it's the booze. But all I got going for me right now are those lousy talk shows and a couple of beer commercials, and that'll all stop dead if this gets out. You gotta tell me, Is that stuff in his autobiography?
Max, there really isn't any autobiography.
Oh, thank God. Look, if there's ever anything I can do for you, you just ask.
I once heard Rita Sue had another identity. What can you tell me about it?
Oh, yeah. Brad told me. Before we had our big fight, he and Rita Sue had just broken up, and he was saying a lot of nasty stuff about her in the South.
Thank you, Max.
You're not going to put me on the stand?
I hope for Martha's sake I'm making the right decision.
You're saving my life, Mason.
No, Max. You're saving your life.
Mr. Molansky, I checked on Mr. Fomo half an hour ago. I'm sure you can see him now. Well, you seem to be enjoying your magazine.
Thanks a lot. Chris.
Don't bother. He's been gone for 20 minutes.
Where'd he go?
You're kidding.
Look, I already told you I didn't think your brother killed anybody. But what do you think?
He couldn't kill anybody.
Are you sure?
What do you mean?
I mean, your mother was murdered, and your father committed suicide because everybody believed what was in Brad Thompson's book. That could easily send Chris over the edge, make him fixate on Thompson, hold him responsible for your father's death.
He was responsible, as much as if he'd actually pulled the trigger.
And Chris felt the same way, didn't he?
Of course he did, but that doesn't mean he did anything about it.
Maybe. But you gotta admit it looks bad. Chris suddenly shows up where Brad is gonna be, and then Brad is poisoned by a drink that Chris served him.
I asked him about all that, and he swears he didn't do it.
I think he knows who did. Look, I'll put it to you straight. If Chris doesn't come back and testify, whoever did kill Brad Thompson will probably go free. There'll be a fugitive warrant issued for Chris's arrest. He'll spend the rest of his life on the run, looking over his shoulder every inch of the way, panicking every time he sees a cop. Is that what you want for your brother? Is it? Judy, for Chris's sake, and for yours, talk to him. I'll be at the Commodore Inn.
I don't think he did it either. But unless he comes back here, we'll never prove who did.
I know, and I'm sorry I lost him, but I got sandbagged.
What are you doing now?
Going back to the hotel and hoping like hell his sister sees the light. That he will, too. Right now, I'm not too optimistic.
Ken, call me.
All right.
Miss Street, I brought those pictures you wanted.
Pictures?
The pictures Mr. Molansky asked me to make copies of for Mr. Mason.
Well, thank you, Mr. Tweed.
The most amazing thing has happened. Do you remember how worried I was about next year's conference? How I thought we probably wouldn't even be able to hold one because of the scandal, well, because of the murder. Well, our office has been flooded. I mean flooded with applications for next year. I suppose it's just morbid curiosity or something, but we're even going to have to turn people away. Can you imagine that?
No.
Oh, my Lord.
What's the matter?
You don't think anybody might possibly imagine that we arranged it somehow to get publicity or anything, do you? Oh, dear, it would be terrible if people thought it was just a publicity stunt. What is that number? I must call the press man.
Here it is.
What's that?
Right here in front of me. We had the key evidence all along.
Do you know who the murderer is?
I should have known from the moment I knew Chris Hobson was really Chris Fulmer.
Perry, that's wonderful.
Maybe. Maybe not. I have the evidence, all right. But without Fulmer's testimony, it won't do us a damn bit of good.
Perry. This is Chris Fulmer and his sister Judy. Perry Mason.
Martha Robertson.
How do you do?
Well, thanks for coming, both of you.
Yes, thank you.
You can thank Mr. Molansky. He convinced me, and I convinced Chris.
Ken, here are the rest of the pictures Tweed took at the party. Look them over very carefully. Chris, I'll be asking you some very tough questions.
Yeah, I figured.
It could get you into some trouble.
I know.
Very well, then.
Yes. My father was Anthony Fulmer.
The same Anthony Fulmer who committed suicide about 4 months ago.
Yes.
Would you tell the court why he committed suicide?
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant. Calls for conjecture.
Your Honor, I think you'll find this witness's testimony very relevant. And as you'll see, there's no conjecture.
Objection overruled. You may continue, Mr. Fulmer.
My father left a note, and he said he couldn't go on living while the whole world thought that he killed my mother.
Why did you come to Pike's Lodge a month ago and seek employment under a false name?
Because I'd read that Bradley Thompson was going to be at some conference there. And it was his book that made everybody think my father was a murderer.
What did you intend to do when you got there?
I intended... I wanted to kill him.
And did you kill Bradley Thompson?
No.
But you volunteered to tend bar at a private cocktail party you knew Thompson was going to attend, correct?
Yes.
Then you must have had some plan.
No. I don't know. I just thought if I could get close to him, I'd come up with something, but... Well, then I just couldn't do it. I lost my nerve.
Why did you run away?
Well, after Thompson died and this investigation started, I was afraid somebody would find out my real name, and then they'd figure I'd done it.
Why did you come back?
Because I didn't do it. And, well, people convinced me this was the only way to clear my name.
Mr. Fulmer, did you know the people who were at that cocktail party when Mr. Thompson was poisoned?
Yeah, pretty much.
What were they each drinking at that party?
Your Honor, I think we're getting rather off the track.
Laying a foundation, Your Honor.
I trust you'll build something on it. You may continue.
Do you remember what the defendant, Miss Robertson, was drinking that night?
Yeah. Gin and tonic.
And Mr. Molansky?
Light beer.
Della Street?
Mineral water.
Rebecca Austin?
A white wine. Mr. Tweed, a grasshopper.
Rita Sue Bliss?
She had martinis. Mr. Garcia, vodka tonic. Max Mulgrew, scotch. Doubles. Brad Thompson had margaritas. Many margaritas.
You have an excellent memory.
Tending bars is what I do for a living.
I have no more questions, but I reserve the right to recall this witness.
Mr. LaRusso.
No questions.
The witness is excused, subject to recall.
I call Rita Sue Bliss. I'll get right to the point, Miss Bliss. Is there one thing Bradley Thompson could have written in his autobiography that might have been damaging to you personally?
Well, I believe any intimate details of our relationship would only enhance my reputation.
Thank you, Miss Bliss. No further questions. But I would like to reserve the right to recall the witness.
No questions.
The witness is excused.
Defense calls Mr. Kenneth Molansky.
Yes, I was at the party from about 6:30 to 7:45 p.m.
And did you see anything odd while you were there?
Yes, I did, but it slipped my mind until my memory was jogged by looking at some of the candid snapshots that were taken at the party.
Bailiff. Mr. Molansky, could you tell the court what it was you noticed?
At the beginning of the party, Rita Sue Bliss was drinking a martini. But later on, she was talking to Brad Thompson, and I saw her holding a margarita, just as he was.
Mr. Molansky, the bailiff will show you a photograph which we will call Defense Exhibit G for identification. Can you tell us what it depicts?
This is one of the photographs taken at the party. It shows Rita Sue Bliss holding a margarita.
I move that Defense Exhibit G be admitted into evidence.
Objection, Your Honor. There's no foundation.
I'm sorry. Mr. Molansky, does that photograph accurately depict the scene at the party when you were there?
It does.
Objection overruled. The photograph will be admitted. May I see that, please?
Your Honor, the picture clearly shows Rita Sue Bliss holding a drink that resembles a margarita, not a martini. I have no further questions.
No questions, Your Honor.
The witness is excused.
Defense recalls Chris Fulmer.
I remind the witness that he's still under oath. Mr. Mason.
Mr. Fulmer, why didn't you tell us that you prepared a margarita for Rita Sue Bliss?
I don't know. I guess I forgot.
I'd like to tell you a story, sir. Now, you tell me where I get it wrong. Is that all right? A young man wants to avenge his father's death. He comes to Pike's Lodge the same day as the murder, but before the cocktail party, he's recognized by someone who's done extensive research in the Blaisdell case. Someone who'd attended the trial and who had interviewed everybody connected with it. Someone who had even interviewed him. Someone named Rita Sue Bliss. Am I right so far?
Yes.
Speak up, please.
Yes.
Now, she guessed why you were there, didn't she? And she told you that she too wanted Bradley Thompson dead. Yes or no?
Yes.
A little louder, please.
Yes.
It was her idea to have you tend bar at the party. She procured the poison to put into Brad Thompson's drink, a drink you were supposed to serve him. Tell us what happened then. You are a young man, Mr. Fulmer. You've already had more than your share of grief. You don't want more.
She got the poison, and I put it into his drink.
And then what?
I couldn't give it to him.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm standing there with the drink. You know, I'm thinking, what the hell am I doing? I'm actually going to kill somebody, commit murder? And I couldn't do it. I just couldn't. Anyhow, I was standing there with the drink, and I guess she saw I wasn't going to give it to him.
So she took the glass herself and switched it with Brad's drink. You also saw Miss Robertson grab the glass when she almost knocked it over. If Your Honor will look at People's Exhibit G just once more, you will see why Miss Bliss's fingerprints weren't found on the glass. She was holding the glass with a paper cocktail napkin. Now, Mr. Fulmer, you gave Miss Bliss your hotel passkey. Why?
Look, she threatened my sister and me. She said I was already involved up to my neck and that she'd see me dead if necessary.
She'd see you dead if necessary?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Fulmer. No further questions.
No questions, Your Honor.
I recall Rita Sue Bliss. Now, Miss Bliss, when you left the stand, you were talking about your relationship with Mr. Thompson. But I would like you to talk about your relationship with people in Alabama. To refresh your recollection, I brought the front page of the May 3rd, 1974 edition of the Gladsville, Alabama Times. You've been to Gladsville, haven't you, Miss Bliss?
I don't believe I have.
There's an article here about a young couple who robbed a liquor store, murdered the elderly owner, and subsequently fled across the state line. The man was identified as Bobby Lee Gilman, the young woman as one Rita Sue Grubb, Charlene Grubb. Gilman was apprehended. Charlene Grubb is still at large. Bailiff, would you please take this paper and show it to Miss Bliss? Rita Sue Bliss and Charlene Grubb are one and the same, aren't they? Both of them, you. Charlene Grubb killed a man in Alabama. Rita Sue Bliss killed Brad Thompson right here. Killed him and put the blame on someone else. Rita Sue Bliss, you took Chris Fulmer's hotel passkey and planted phony evidence in Miss Robertson's room and in her purse. You used that same key to ransack Bradley Thompson's room and later to get into Rebecca Austin's room and steal a manuscript. A manuscript you were afraid would tell the world that you were Charlene Grubb. A manuscript you thought would send you back to Alabama to stand trial for murder. Rita Sue Bliss. As a writer, you have a great way with words. I wish you could have written about the look on your own face when you finally read Brad Thompson's autobiography and realized that you had killed a man for no reason at all.
For no reason at all. Oh, there were reasons. Thousands of them. I only wish I could have killed him 1,000 times. All of you. He swallowed and devoured you, you gutless wonders. Why didn't you finish him off? You just waited for me to do it. Well, now it's done. All done. Isn't it?
Yes. It's done. Your Honor, I move for a dismissal of all charges against the defendant.
Any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
So ordered. I instruct the bailiffs to take Mr. Fulmer and Miss Bliss into immediate custody.
Your Honor, if it's all right, I would like 5 minutes with Mr. Fulmer.
Of course. Bailiff, stand by. This court is now adjourned.
Miss Bliss, come with me, please.
See you back at the lodge. Ken, Mrs. Joyce is in the corridor. I'll take care of that. Chris, Judy, this is Mrs. Mitchell Joyce. She's been wanting to talk to you.
Mr. Fulmer? Miss Fulmer? My husband Mitchell was Jack Blaisdell's business partner. And 3 years ago, he discovered that Jack had swindled him out of several $1 million. In a blind rage, he went to Jack's house and he found him there with your mother. My husband shot both of them to death. I begged him to go to the police, but he refused. And then when Mr. Mason got Angela Blaisdell acquitted, I'm afraid I just couldn't turn him in. But my husband died 2 weeks ago, and I'm going to the police with the whole story. I know what my silence cost you. And I can only hope that you find it in your heart to forgive me.
Miss, you did a very fine thing in coming back here. Ken and I want you to know that we'll be glad to represent you against whatever charges they file.
But Chris didn't really kill anybody. Rita Sue did.
That's right. She would have found a way to murder Brad Thompson, whether your brother was there or not. But Chris could have stepped in, could have prevented it.
Don't blame them. They're right. I knew when I decided to come back that it would probably end like this. But it was the only way. Mr. Mason?
Mr. Fulmer?
Saw him again?
Never.
But I'm sure it was Krugman.
You'd be willing to testify that if I managed to find him.
Of course. But now I must go.
Can't tell you how grateful I am you agreed to see me. I was beginning to think I was chasing a ghost.
Unfortunately, he's very much alive. Au revoir, Captain Berman.
Au revoir. Merci.
You know, you haven't heard a word I've said all night.
Something about Cleveland?
You're back in your Dita Krugman mode, aren't you?
It's that obvious, huh?
David, I know how badly you want to find Krugman. I mean, I know that's why you swung a transfer here. I know he did something terrible to your family. For God's sake, you've only been in Paris a few months, and the man's been missing for 45 years. You didn't expect it to be easy, did you?
Of course not.
Besides, you can't even be sure that Washington tip is valid in the first place.
No, Krugman is alive, all right, and he's living somewhere here in Paris. That tip came straight from my friend at the OSI.
I worked at the embassy for 2 years, and I don't know what that is.
It's the Office of Special Investigations. They're the guys that track down Nazis living in the States. Anyhow, Elsa Ramsey was a Majdanek survivor, and she saw Krugman here not more than a week ago.
I never heard much about Majdanek. Was it like Auschwitz?
Smaller, but yeah, just as bad.
Anyhow, maybe this Elsa Ramsey made a mistake, and it wasn't him.
Then why was she murdered?
Well, you don't know. She was. It could have been an accident.
No. She spots Krugman, tells the Sûreté. I talk to her, and 15 seconds later, she's dead. That's no accident. Anyhow, I mean, I saw it. That car deliberately ran her down.
Say you're right, that Krugman is here. Well, you keep after him, you could wind up splattered all over the street or something. I don't want that to happen.
She saw her mother and father. My grandparents, you understand? She saw them taken to the gas chambers. And her 2 brothers murdered, right in front of her eyes. Krugman would have killed her, too, if he had the chance. As it is, he pretty well left her crippled for life.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
In fact, she just had another operation on her legs. I couldn't tell you how many that makes. It's funny, when I was a little kid, I used to think my mother lived at the hospital and just came to our house to visit.
But how do you possibly expect to find him? You don't even know what he looks like, right?
No one's ever seen a picture of him, even from when he was young.
So, all you have is a sort of a rough description from your mother, and she was, what, 13 years old at the time?
I know it is not going to be easy. If it was easy, they would have found him years ago. But I have to keep looking. I just have to. Can't you understand that?
Of course. I just don't want to see you overshadow everything else in your life. Like us, for instance.
Captain Berman, please. You will join me in the van.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm afraid I must insist. I assure you I mean you no harm.
David, don't.
Don't be afraid. Captain Berman will be returned home safely. Now hurry, please.
Okay, I think you better tell me what's going on.
I must apologize to you for what may seem as cheap melodrama, but sometimes we are forced to take extreme measures.
Yeah, who the hell is we?
You do not need to know that. All you need to know, Captain, is that like you, for years we also have been searching for Dieter Krugman. And we believe now that he is here in Paris.
Where is he?
He goes by the name of Altman, Felix Altman, a successful businessman.
Well, if you're so sure he's Krugman, why don't you go to the police? He's a wanted war criminal.
Because, as yet, we lack sufficient evidence. All we have are rumors and one inconclusive photograph.
A photograph?
We believed we also had an eyewitness, the same one you had, Elsa Ramsey.
Look, if you and who you work with, if you're so sure you've got Krugman, then why don't you just find another Majdanek survivor that can make the identification?
Because the death camp at Majdanek was just that, Captain. A death camp. Survivors were not the end product. That is why we need your help, Captain Berman.
Me?
We have sources at the police, at the Sûreté. They told us of your interest in Krugman. We investigated and learned that your mother is a Majdanek survivor. We would like you to bring her to Paris so she can make the identification.
I don't know. When can I see that photograph?
A rare picture. It has obviously changed in 45 years. Which is why we need your mother's testimony.
Where can I see him?
You can't see him at home or in his office. He refuses to see strangers. But we have learned that every Thursday morning he goes to a mineral spa outside the city.
Where is this spa?
It's called L'Eau de Dieu. It is near Barbizon.
I'll go tomorrow.
You have a car?
I can borrow one. How do I contact you?
We will contact you. And now you're free to go. Just as I promised the young lady.
No, the major's a good guy. I just said I had some urgent personal business, and he gave me the day off.
Oh, I still don't think you should go. I mean, if he is Krugman, then he's a very dangerous...
Look, we talked that all out. I've got to go. I want to see what he looks like. That's all I want, really. You sure it's okay about the car?
Yeah, as long as you don't go over 110.
I'll have to pack my 5.
Maybe I should cop an urgent personal business plea, too, and go along with you.
Well, I can probably get away, too.
No, it's my problem. I'll deal with it. It's better I go alone. Really.
Here's the quickest way to get there. But make nice, huh? It's a classy joint. Come on, I'll show you where I parked the car.
And you better get back to work. Don't worry. I'll be okay.
Monsieur Rondeau, oui, le 26, donc de 15h30 à 17h30. Parfait. Oui.
Parlez anglais?
Yes, I do.
I have a message for Mr. Felix Altman.
If you go through that door and down the stairs, you will find Mr. Altman in room 8.
Vous vous trompez de pièce, monsieur. Is your name Altman?
Yeah. Young man, what is it you want here? Out with it.
It's not important.
If you have something to say to me, then say it.
I have nothing to say to you.
I think you do.
You want to talk about Majdanek?
Leave us, please. Who are you? How did you get in here?
Doesn't matter.
But I think it does matter.
No, what matters, Herr Krugman, is what you did at Majdanek.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about.
My name is Altman. Felix Altman.
Please, don't lie to me. I've seen your picture. You're Dieter Krugman.
Oh, man, you're a fool.
J'appelle la police.
It's been over 3 years, Perry. Not since Dan's funeral.
I know, Helene, and I'm sorry. We've been too long apart.
No. No apologies necessary. We're too long friends for that. Besides, I never contacted you either.
There's still no excuse. Stan will always be my closest friend.
He always said you were the one who got him through law school.
No, in class, he always took the best notes. But you, how are you?
Fine. They tell me I'll be out of here in a few days.
Same old problem?
Now it's my hip. All the pressure from the bad leg.
All right, Helene. Why did you call me?
You remember our son, David?
Of course I remember it.
Well, now he's a captain with the Marines. He's attached to the American Embassy in Paris.
Not a bad assignment.
He's being charged with murder.
Tell me.
He's accused of killing Dieter Krugman.
The Nazi? The one from Majdanek? The one who did that?
Could you help him, Perry?
France has a different code of law. I don't even speak the language.
He told me on the telephone he thinks maybe he'll be turned over to the military for a court-martial.
My associate will be on his way to Paris tomorrow morning. I'll join him day after.
Perry, thank you. Thank you.
In the first place, why did you go out there?
Because after all these years, I had to see him in the flesh. I had to know if it was really him.
And it was Dieter Krugman.
His wife admitted it to the press.
Besides, he pretty much looked like the picture. It's funny, I was expecting to see some sort of vicious monster. All there was this pathetic old man.
You don't know where the gun came from?
I didn't even see it. I guess whoever shot him just tossed it on the floor.
Could it have been the man who kidnapped you, the one in the van? David, we want to know the truth, all of it. Maybe in some kind of blind rage, you actually did kill him.
No.
You'd been hunting him for years. You'd been angry for years.
You wanted revenge for years.
Yes, but not that kind.
Then what?
I wanted to expose him to the world as the kind of monster he was, so that nobody would ever forget. What do they say? Those who don't remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Mr. Mason, my dad said that you were the best lawyer he ever knew. Will you do it? Will you represent me?
You're entitled to military counsel.
But I'd rather you handle it, by yourself, if possible.
Well, David, it's been a long time since my court-martial days. But I imagine it'll all come back.
Mr. Mason. Lieutenant Fletcher, investigating officer for the court-martial.
How do you do? This is my associate, Ken Melansky.
We've met. There's a rumor, Mr. Mason, that you're going to represent Captain Berman before the court.
More than a rumor, we are.
In that case, it's something you should know. We sent the gun that was recovered at the murder scene to Washington for testing. It arrived back this morning. And it's definitely been identified as the weapon that fired the lethal round.
I would have expected that.
The serial number on the gun indicates it was the 9mm automatic, issued to Captain David Berman the day he reported here for duty.
Of course, Mr. Mason, I'll be glad to help however I can. A thing like this reflects very badly on the entire consular service, even if it only involves a single Marine.
You're talking about Moscow?
Yes. By the way, Mr. Mason, I must tell you that I have already been interviewed by Lieutenant Fletcher, and I'm afraid I had to tell him the truth.
Good.
The truth is that it was common knowledge within the embassy that Captain Berman had this obsession, you'd have to call it, about finding Krugman.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you.
Please send Mr. Mitchell in. Here's some tangible help I can offer. Mr. Mitchell, come in, please. I want you to meet Mr. Perry Mason and Mr. Ken Molansky. They'll be representing Captain Berman at the court-martial. Gentlemen, this is Kurt Mitchell of our American Services Division.
Good to meet you.
Hi. Mr. Mitchell is a close friend of Captain Berman, and I'm assigning him to you while you're here. He can also arrange to get you some clerical help. You speak French and German, don't you, Kurt?
Enough so that I'm not intimidated by the waiters, and enough to cut through a lot of bureaucratic red tape.
Great. Since Della couldn't make the trip, Kurt can take her place.
Della, I hope the change in gender won't be a problem.
I think we can make the adjustment. But, yes, you can help us, Mr. Mitchell.
Gladly, but please call me Kurt.
All right, Kurt. Mr. Molansky has the names of some people we'd like to talk to. I need their addresses and their phone numbers.
Is that people within the embassy?
Oh, no. Potential witnesses. Altman's widow, the masseur at the spa, the family of that woman who was killed, Elsa Ramsey, and, oh, yes, one person at the embassy, Kathy Bramwell.
I'll get right on it.
Now, Mr. Mason, I will do whatever I can to facilitate your stay. But I myself must maintain a totally neutral position with regard to the guilt or innocence of Captain Berman. What I mean is, I can't interfere with the progress of the court-martial.
We wouldn't want it any other way, Mr. Ambassador.
This is Berman's apartment. Look at this door jam.
Obviously forced open.
By whom, Mr. Mason?
After Captain Berman left, the murderer could have broken in, found the gun, and then proceeded David to the spa.
Where they waited for Berman to arrive and then killed Altman. Or Krugman, rather. While Berman was still in the room with him.
That's right.
Or Captain Berman could have forced the door open himself. So it would look exactly the way you just theorized.
Again, you're right.
After all, Captain Berman knew the gun would be traced back to him.
Why go to all that trouble? Why not just get another gun?
Because as a foreigner, it wouldn't have been easy for him to procure one. And besides, he didn't have the time. According to his own story, he only knew Krugman was going to be there the night before. Mr. Mason, I'm afraid all this just won't help your case very much.
David's goal was to bring Krugman to justice, not to kill him.
Well, maybe French justice wouldn't have been enough for him. As you probably know, France doesn't have capital punishment.
Is everything all right?
Not really.
I have those telephone numbers and addresses that you requested.
Well, thank you. Now I need a copy of the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
I'll have one sent over to your hotel, Mr. Mason.
Well, Lieutenant, thank you for all your help. No, ask anything you want.
All right. All right. I know you were good friends with David's parents and all, but do you really think he didn't do it?
I think he didn't do it. And as I told Lieutenant Fletcher, I think he never intended to do it.
But he had a fixation and a great frustration about Krugman.
Elaine told me all David ever talked about was trying to find Krugman, have him tried publicly in France, under the crimes against humanity laws.
Yeah, but why France? Why not some other country that has capital punishment? I mean, weren't most of the Majdanek survivors Poles and Germans?
There were French nationals, too. Like Helene, like her whole family.
That's right. So where do we start tomorrow?
With the usual suspects. I'll start with Krugman's widow. You start with Kathy Bramwell.
Yes, I've known for years my husband was Didier Krugman.
How did you find out?
Before we were married, I was helping him to move from his apartment. And by chance, I came across his identification card of Madnik.
So he had to admit who he was.
He swore to me he intended to tell me before we were married. He wanted no secrets between us. And then he burned the identification card. He warned me people would always be looking for him.
Madame Altman, did you know the kind of man Dieter Krugman was?
I knew the kind of man people thought he was.
And still you married him?
You did not know Felix, Mr. Mason. He was a kind and decent man. It is impossible to believe he was the monster people claim.
Aside from people who were looking for Dieter Krugman, did he have any enemies? Let me put it this way. Did Felix Altman have any enemies?
All successful businessmen have enemies, Mr. Mason.
Any who hated him enough to want him killed?
Well, there is one. I don't want to say he could have done it, but he was very angry with my husband.
Go on.
His name is André Marchand.
And your husband found out André Marchand had embezzled several million francs from the business and fired him.
How did you know that?
Are the police looking into this embezzlement?
Yes, of course.
Thank you very much for your time, Madame Altman.
Mr. Mason, you do not believe the American soldier murdered Felix?
No, I do not. Do you have any pictures of your husband?
I have none. He was always afraid someone would see the photograph and recognize him as Krugman. He led a very fearful life, monsieur. We both did.
I used to watch guys do that in New York.
They mime in French there.
Touché. Hey, how about that?
Practically a native.
Well, I guess we better get going. You probably have to be back at your desk. Anyway, you were saying you actually got the license plate number of that van?
After I drove away with David, I wrote it down on a piece of paper. At least whatever I could remember. But then when he called me later and said everything was okay, I just forgot about it.
Still have that piece of paper?
In my pocket. I think it's important. Could it help David?
It might.
I remember there were a couple of 7s and a 9. I don't know. Anyhow, I'll get it for you. Can I tell you something else? I think I've seen that same van a couple of times since.
Really? Where?
When I went out shopping after work the other night. Then yesterday, My God. There it is.
Los, schnell!
Yes, I worked for Felix Altman for over 10 years.
But this isn't one of his stores.
It's mine. And he took all the money I made.
3 million francs.
That you were told I embezzled from Altman. You see, I know what they say.
But you did not do that.
For the past 5 years, Felix wanted to make me a partner in his business. Then, 2 months ago, he changed his mind. Just like that. So I made him pay myself a bonus. To the franc, exactly what I would have got if he had kept his promise. I consider it a fair settlement.
Of course, he found out and fired you.
Yes, but that was all her doing.
Madame Altman?
She made him change his mind about the partnership.
Why?
Because she is the most greedy and cold-hearted person I have ever met. In fact, it would not surprise me to learn that she was in some way responsible for her husband's death.
She said the same about you.
That does not surprise me. Do you know her history, monsieur?
Well, I know she'd been a dancer in the Folie Bergère, and that she was much younger than her husband.
When she became too old to appear naked on the stage, she seduced the old man into marriage.
Why would she want him dead?
Because lately the company had been losing money, and she wanted him to sell out so she could keep all her precious capital. But he refused, so now she can keep the company, oh, and collect the insurance.
I see. Tell me, Marchand, did you have any idea Felix Altman was really Dieter Krugman?
No, but he was always a very private, very secretive man.
Meanwhile, you're facing a charge of embezzlement.
Which I'm sure will be withdrawn once all the facts are known.
Well, they'll certainly have a harder time proving their case now that their chief witness is dead.
Monsieur, I believe I am through answering your questions.
Perhaps you are. Perhaps not.
Excuse the way the place looks. I wasn't expecting visitors.
Don't worry about it.
Anyhow, I know exactly where I put it. Oh, God.
Maybe you weren't expecting visitors. You sure as hell had some.
It's gone. The license number. They took it.
Somebody is getting very proficient at breaking into apartments. It had to be the kidnapper.
It would certainly look that way.
Barry thinks that your friends in the van weren't so friendly. That they might have set you up, framed you for Krugman's murder.
Maybe, but whatever. I don't want you to involve Kathy anymore.
She's already involved. She saw your kidnapper, and as far as they know, she saw their license numbers.
Well, then you've got to protect her.
We'll do everything we can. Hello, Della. Right on time. How are you?
I'm just fine. How's it going over there?
Still trying to sort our way through 45 years of history.
Well, I suppose there's a worse place to do it. Oh, by the way, the district attorney is asking for a continuance on that Haskell case.
Tell the DA it's fine with me. But did you reach the INS about Elsa Ramsey?
That's what I'm really calling about. Elsa Ramsey was born in Poland, Elsa Brodsky. And later, during the war, she was in Majdanek. After that, she married a GI by the name of Arthur Ramsey. He brought her back to Ohio, to his hometown, and then later they had a baby girl named Marie.
What happened to Ramsey?
From all the information I can gather, he just dropped out of sight when the daughter was about 13.
Where's the daughter now?
She's living right there in Paris, working for a designer named Vicky Teal.
Oh, that's interesting. Good work.
All right, enough about business. How are you? Are you all right?
All right. Why wouldn't I be?
Well, you know when you're over there, you eat that rich food.
Rich food? Here in Paris? Della, you're imagining things.
Say hello for me.
Ken sends his regards. Meanwhile, I'll check with you every day. Give you a cholesterol count.
You're bad, Perry. Bad.
Bad, bad, bad. Bye, Della. I would like you to talk to a woman named Marie Ramsey. She's Elsa Ramsey's daughter. She works for the fashion designer Vicky Teal. Find out if she has anything that might link the Krugman murder to her mother's murder.
Look, I don't want to sound paranoid, but I really am worried about Kathy. If that van is following her...
Don't worry, David. Two can play at that game.
Quel avez-vous, monsieur?
You speak English?
Probably better than I speak French.
Oh. What does a dress like this go for, anyway?
8,400 francs.
Ugh. Wow, that's, $1,200?
Closer to 14.
Your name Marie Ramsey?
Mm-hmm.
Mind if I ask you a few questions?
About the dress?
About your mother.
Yes, I would mind. I don't like people who make me feel like a fool.
Wait a second. I've never been to a place like this before. I was curious about the dress.
But that's not why you came in here, is it? You came in to pry about my mother.
Look, I'm a lawyer from the States. I work with another attorney named Perry Mason. We're representing David Berman, the Marine who's accused of killing Dieter Krugman.
And you don't think he did it?
No, we don't. That's why I'm here.
Maybe you better explain that.
All right. We're trying to find if there's a connection between your mother's death and Krugman.
He's the one who murdered her.
What makes you think that?
It had to be him. My mother didn't have an enemy in the world except for Dieter Krugman.
And your mother thought she saw him 2 weeks ago on the street?
She did see him. She went to the Sarate, but they said there was nothing they could do for her. But Berman had been making inquiries about Krugman, so I guess they told him and he contacted her.
This is kind of personal. But after your father, after he...
After he ran out on us?
Why'd your mother bring you back here? Why not Poland?
She couldn't face the memories, the nightmare, and she had friends here.
Could you tell me about it? The nightmare?
I'm afraid I have to get back to the showroom right now.
I got all the time in the world.
My mother was sent to Majdanek as forced labor, as a laundress. Maybe you don't know, but Majdanek wasn't like Auschwitz or Treblinka.
In what way?
I mean, there was a death camp, but there was also an internment center attached to it, a concentration camp. That's where my mother worked.
But Krugman was at the death camp.
Yes, but because of my mother's duties, she had to go there, to the other side. And Krugman was famous, if that's the word, even then. That's how she recognized him here.
But how could she after 45 years?
Well, she said he changed, but she could never forget his eyes. You looked into them and you actually saw the face of evil. Besides, she had a picture.
Picture?
Of her and a lot of the other Majdanek staff, including Krugman. She said how ashamed she was being forced to pose for those animals. But she kept it because she never wanted to forget how bad life could get.
Look, Miss Ramsey. Is it possible I could see that picture you were talking about?
I've never seen it myself, and I've stored my mother's things.
Yeah, it might be important.
I'd have to go through the boxes tonight or in the morning.
Come on, I'd really appreciate it.
All right.
I'll come by and pick it up tomorrow.
Hello?
If I find it, why don't I just send it to your hotel?
Molansky? No.
Wait a second. That's me.
Your name's Molansky?
Molansky, Borowski. Maybe we're even related. Hello? Yeah, Perry. No kidding. Where? Okay, I'm on my way. I'll see you tomorrow.
You sure must have a lot of pull with the ambassador to get me all this time off.
He's being very cooperative.
Anyhow, I'm so glad you're representing David. I just wish I could be of more help. If only I could remember that stupid license number.
May not be important, Kathy.
But it is.
This is far enough.
What's far enough?
Are you certain you could recognize David's kidnapper if you saw him again?
Oh, sure. I mean, it was only a few seconds, but I'd know him anywhere.
Look over there.
The van.
Why don't you give me the keys?
No.
See over there, les gendarmes?
Been following us since we started our little walk.
Well, what can we do?
What we can do has been done. Let's go.
That's him. That's the man who took David.
What do you want?
Who are you? Who do you work for?
I cannot tell you that.
Then perhaps you would like to tell those gendarmes over there why you engage in kidnapping and murder.
We do not murder.
Ken, ask some of those fellows over there to step over here, will you?
Sure.
No. Wait. What is it you want?
I want to know who you are and what you're after, and who you work for.
It will take a moment.
You have just one.
Nou, geben Sie ihn mir bitte. Ich bin hier mit David Bermans Werksanwalt. Droht Ihnen mit der Polizei, wenn Sie nichts sprechen darf. Also dann. You'll be at the Trocadero at 6:45 tonight. A car will pick you up and you will come alone.
I want some identification from you. A passport, driver's license. I'll return it tonight. Karl Meyerhoff. Well, Karl Meyerhoff, if that car doesn't arrive at 6:45, the Sûreté will be looking for you.
The car will be there.
Give him back the keys.
I don't like it. You're taking a big chance.
I'm sure before this is over, you'll both be taking a big chance. So you asked the Sûreté about Meyerhoff?
Yes, but so far nothing. And I'm checking up on Daniel Altman and Andre Marchand. Oh, and I have a list of the court-martial brass, most of them coming in from Brussels, from NATO.
That car should be here.
Still don't think you should go. Not alone.
I agree, you don't know these people.
How about Kurt and I follow behind in my car?
No, if they spot you, they'll call it off. We can't take that chance.
This might be it.
Have a pen? Here's the number Meyerhoff punched in on his mobile phone. If I'm not back in 2 hours, give it to the Sûreté.
My orders are that you come alone.
My friends just came to see me off.
can't make out the plates.
I hope he knows what he's doing.
He usually does, but tonight, I don't know.
Carl, chair for our guest.
No, I won't stay very long.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Mason?
I don't know your name.
Otto Rossen.
That still doesn't tell me very much.
Mr. Mason, have you ever heard of the Treblinka uprising in 1943?
Yes. Almost 60 prisoners escaped the death camp.
And I was one of them. I lived in the woods like an animal for 6 months. During this time, I made a promise to God and to myself that if I survived, I would spend the rest of my life tracking down the Nazi barbarians who visited their unspeakable horrors against the world.
That's what you do now?
For 44 years, I've been a hunter. I worked behind the scenes with your own OSI in Washington, with my friend Simon Wiesenthal, and with others all over the world.
Wiesenthal and the others work out in the open, with the public.
As did I, Mr. Mason, until a few years ago when our offices in West Berlin were firebombed, and 3 of our people died. We've been obliged to go undercover since we came here in search of Krugman.
I represent David Berman, charged with the murder of Dieter Krugman. I'm looking for the person who committed that murder.
You imagine it might be me, or someone who works with me?
Well, now that I know who you are, that conclusion doesn't seem unreasonable.
Why should we want to kill Dieter Krugman?
Because he's your prey, and France does not have the death penalty.
Ah, but you missed 2 important points. First, we could easily have arranged for Krugman to be transported to a country where there is the death penalty. He committed crimes against the humanity of many nations. In truth, we regret that Krugman is dead. If he'd been captured and put on trial, the impact on the public would have been immeasurably more powerful. And, Mr. Mason, the public, the world, must never be allowed to forget.
But I still don't know why you have to go in for so much cloak and dagger, so much secrecy.
Because, as I told you, we had to go underground. And because Odessa has a price on my head. A very, very flattering amount, I must admit. You've heard of Odessa, Mr. Mason?
A network of ex-Nazis and Nazi sympathizers?
Many people assume that Odessa is only fiction, but unfortunately it's all too real, and its tentacles are everywhere. So this cloak and dagger you refer to is our means of preserving our security.
I'd like to see the picture of Krugman that was shown to Captain Berman.
I thought you'd ask. Carl? Many of these butchers had very little trouble establishing new identities after the war.
May I keep this?
Of course. I know your reputation. And if Captain Berman is innocent, he has nothing to fear. I shall have you driven back to your hotel. Good night, Mr. Mason.
Good night, Mr. Rosen.
Hey, good morning.
Bonjour.
Oh, yeah, whatever. That's really beautiful.
Look, you don't have to keep pretending.
I'm not pretending. I like it.
This is the only thing you really came to see. My mother's the one on the right.
Which one's Krugman?
She didn't say. She never talked about it. Too painful, she said. Anyhow, you keep it as long as you need it, but I'd like it back.
Do you have any plans for dinner tonight?
You don't need to do that.
I know I don't. But I'm a stranger in town and I don't speak the language. And I thought it would be nice to have dinner with a fellow American. Especially such a beautiful one.
I don't think that's such a good idea. Besides, I'm not American. I've spent more time here than in the States. I pretty well think of myself as French.
Well, then do it in the name of closer U.S.-French relations. Think of Gene Kelly and Leslie Caron.
Okay. Dinner. But no dancing through any fountains.
Darn. I'll call you later.
Well, we sure got here a lot faster than I did the other day. Just wish I hadn't come in the first place. Let's go. They're expecting us. And I was standing right here, and the shot sounded like it came from right behind me. Next thing I knew, they grabbed me, and that's all I really know.
So, somebody could have fired from the back of that door and escaped unseen. Everybody who came in after that shot came through that door. Where does this door lead?
To the storage room.
Does it have an outside entrance?
Well, that's one theory, Mr. Mason. But it's a bit hypothetical to convince the court-martial.
Lieutenant, you were right about that today, but today is not tomorrow.
The court is called for 10 a.m.
Let's go.
What about the fingerprints on the gun?
What about them?
There were no fingerprints, you know that. Doesn't that work for David?
Not really. Prosecution could argue how this cold and calculating defendant carefully wiped his fingerprints from the gun as his victim lay dead at his feet.
And what does that leave us with? I mean, if David didn't do it, then who did?
You tell me.
Danielle Altman for the money?
It's possible. We should check that insurance out.
I've got some stuff on her coming in the morning.
Andre Marchand?
Another possible. Kurt, see if the Sûreté can verify his whereabouts the day of the murder.
Okay. But my source says he may have some other important information on Marchand.
What about Meyerhoff or this Otto Rosen? No. After what you told me, they're off the list.
Who else?
I got no idea. Maybe somebody we don't know of yet? Maybe another Majdanek survivor.
There is another possibility.
Who?
Compare that photo with the one you got from Marie Ramsey.
This one's from Rosen?
Yep.
It's the same face. So...
Elsa Ramsey did recognize Krugman on the street and was probably killed for it.
So who is this other suspect?
If your mother were murdered, wouldn't you want vengeance on whoever did it? By the way, Ken, how did your dinner go this evening?
Perry. There's no way she could have done it.
Probably not. When you return that photo, do a little digging.
Whatever you say. But I can't even imagine her being involved.
Nor could I.
Gentlemen, the court-martial starts at 10 a.m. in the morning.
Puis-je vous être utile?
We'd like to speak to Madame Altman.
I'm sorry. Madame Altman is in conference and cannot be disturbed.
Again, see that we have an appointment, will you?
No problem.
Just a moment, monsieur. You can go in there.
Actually, it's very easy. I've been here before. Remember? You'd better stay, Marchand. I'm glad to find the two of you together. It saves me a visit.
What do you want?
I thought we'd share some information.
We're not interested.
I certainly was. You see, the Sûreté has no report of any embezzlement by Marchand. I suspect there wasn't any.
I think you'd better go now.
What happened was your husband discovered that you and Marchand had been having an affair.
You don't know what you're talking about.
So he fired you and threatened to divorce you.
If you do not go now, I will call the security.
He was ashamed to let anyone around him know how he'd been betrayed, so he concocted the cover story of an embezzlement. After he was dead, it suited your purpose to let the story stand. When we talked, each of you pointed an accusing finger at the other to disguise the fact that you were lovers.
Why would we do that?
So nobody would guess you had a definite motive to kill your husband?
And what would that be?
Get him out of the way before he could divorce you. So you'd inherit whatever estate he had left, plus whatever insurance there was. The two of you would live happily ever after.
It's lies, a pack of lies.
André, please, be quiet. Mr. Mason, some of what you say is true. We are lovers. But we had nothing to do with the killing of my husband. I swear it to you.
You may have to. In front of a court-martial that starts in half an hour. Bonjour.
Yes, sir. As soon as the local Sûreté was given proof that Captain Berman carried a diplomatic passport, both he and the gun found at the scene were turned over to me.
And you had the gun sent on to Washington?
Yes, sir, to Corps headquarters, along with the bullet taken from the deceased body. They forwarded both items to the Department of Defense, where Marine Intelligence made ballistics tests.
Excuse me, Mr. President. Defense is willing to stipulate that the gun found at the murder scene was the same weapon that fired the fatal bullet.
Thank you, Counselor.
In that case, I have no further questions for Lieutenant Fletcher.
No questions.
Thank you, Lieutenant Fletcher. You may step down. Please call your next witness.
Master Sergeant Frederick Hansen.
The serial number on the 9mm automatic that Lieutenant Fletcher gave me corresponded to the serial number on the gun that I myself issued to Captain Berman on the 6th of August of this year.
The date he reported for duty at the embassy here? You're sure?
I keep very careful records, sir. As a matter of fact, I brought them with me if you'd like to show them to the court.
Defense will stipulate the gun that killed the deceased was the same gun issued to the defendant.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. No questions, sir.
No questions.
Thank you, Sergeant Hansen. Colonel Calvelli, you may call your next witness.
Sir, I'm afraid he isn't here yet. I didn't expect all these stipulations from the defense, and I told him 11 o'clock.
Well, in that case, we'll call a short recess. Court will resume at 11:30. Colonel Calvelli, you will inform us if there are any additional schedule problems?
Of course, sir.
Is that good?
Never hurts to rattle the other side a little. We could use a little more time.
Good news, Mr. Mason. At least I think it is. There was a 10 million franc insurance policy on Altman's life, and Danielle Altman is the sole beneficiary.
Interesting. But that still only goes to motive. We need a lot more. I've things to do.
Lieutenant Fletcher, why don't we all get a cup of coffee?
Well, Mr. Ambassador, sit down.
Mr. Mason, things don't seem to be going well.
I'd like to ask you for a little help.
Certainly.
Perhaps someone in the State Department could contact the Soviet Procurator General's office in Moscow.
The Soviets? What for?
The Russians liberated Majdanek in 45, and they'd still have all the records. I'd like to see everything they have on Dieter Krugman.
You really think they'll cooperate?
Yes, I do. But I'd appreciate it if you'd keep your inquiry as private as possible.
I'll do what I can, but why do you need their files on Krugman?
Well, so far I have a lot of questions and very few answers. Maybe the Soviets can supply some. Or maybe not.
Yes, he seemed very intense. Very, how you say it, menacing.
Objection. Calls for a conclusion. Move to strike.
Sustained. The witness's answer will be stricken.
What exactly did Captain Berman say?
He said he wanted to talk to Monsieur Altman about Majdanek, is it? Then I left the room, but after I shut the door, I could still hear voices, angry voices.
Then what happened?
Didier and I, Didier is the receptionist. We heard the shot, and we ran back to the room. We saw the American staring down at Monsieur Altman's body.
Did you see the gun?
Yes, it was on the floor, not far from the body.
And this American that you saw, is he here in this courtroom today?
Well, he's seated right over there.
Indicating the defendant, Captain Berman. Sir, no further questions.
Monsieur Dario, could you tell us if there's another door to that room other than the one leading to the hallway?
Yes, it leads to a room that's used for storage.
And from there is a door leading to the outside.
What?
So it's entirely possible that some other person could have hidden behind that door, shot Monsieur Altman, and then escaped without being seen.
It is possible, I suppose, but I didn't see any such person.
Thank you, Monsieur Dario.
And neither did anyone else.
I move that last remark be stricken.
The court will please disregard the witness's unsolicited response.
No, it's not going too well. But we haven't been up the bat yet.
So will you be going right back to the States after the trial?
I don't know. Why?
Just thought since you were here, you might take some vacation time.
I doubt it. Too many cases pending back home. How about you?
How about me what?
Oh, you think you'll come back?
To the States? Why would I?
Well, it was your mother's idea to come here, and, well, you know.
I told you, this is my home now.
But, what if you were to get involved with some Americans?
Where is it written that a woman has to follow a man? I mean, if a man truly cared, couldn't he think about relocating here?
Makes sense, I guess. Look, there's something I gotta ask you.
That sounds a little ominous.
Not really. After your mother died, did you ever try to find Krugman yourself?
Why do you want to know?
No reason. I mean, it just seems like it would be kind of a natural instinct to want to find Krugman. Bring him to justice.
Is that what this is all about? You really want to cross-examine me, accuse me of murder?
Marie, wait a second.
No, you know what you are? You know what your problem is? You're fake. You just don't say what you want. You always have to enter into some stupid little game.
Marie,
Now,
wait a
just
second.
give me my picture back and leave me alone. All right? Hey, wait.
Aidez-moi! Aidez-moi, c'est un voleur! Il va passer!
Non, laissez-le, s'il vous plaît! Laissez-le! Contrôlez-le! C'est fait!
I'm sorry about your picture.
It's okay. Are you all right?
It depends.
Depends on what.
And whether or not I can see you again.
Here or in America?
Here for now. Come here. What I don't understand is why anybody would want that picture so badly.
Don't worry about it. The security people at the embassy made me copies yesterday.
Good. Give one to Marie. Hello? Yeah, hold on a minute. It's Ambassador Todd.
Hold on a minute. Mr. Ambassador? Good. Yes, I hope so, too. And Mr. Ambassador, thank you. Thank you very much. The Russians are cooperating. We should be getting their Krugman file by courier sometime around noon tomorrow.
I hope it helps. France may not have the death penalty, but a U.S. court-martial does.
Well, I don't know that I'd call it an obsession.
What would you call it?
Objection. What she would call it is irrelevant.
Sustained.
But he arranged to have himself transferred to Paris, made repeated inquiries about Krugman at the Sûreté, even met with a woman who claimed that she could identify him. Now, surely that was more than just idle curiosity.
Objection. Witness is not a psychiatrist.
Sustained.
Miss Bramwell, isn't it true that the defendant often said that no matter what, he had to find Dieter Krugman?
Objection irrelevant and calls for hearsay.
No. It goes to state of mind and motive. Overruled, Mr. Mason.
You may answer the question, Miss Bramwell.
Yes. That's what he said.
No more questions.
Miss Bramwell, what did David tell you was his ultimate objective when he found Krugman?
Objection. No foundation or relevancy.
Oh, Mr. President, it was Colonel Calvelli's inquiries that opened the door to this subject.
Overruled. The witness may answer the question.
He wanted a public trial, so everyone in the world would know what Krugman did.
Did he ever say one word about wanting to kill the man?
No.
Looks like the prosecution will wrap things up this afternoon.
Having proved their case, motive, weapon, opportunity.
Here it is, Mr. Mason.
Moscow?
Our decoding people made a translation for you.
Ken, bring David to the conference room.
Does that help?
Maybe the break we've been looking for, but I need more help from you.
You know my ground rules.
No, believe me. Nothing will compromise your neutrality. I want serious cooperation from the local Sûreté.
Well, Mr. Mitchell's been in touch with them. I'm sure he can help.
No, I don't think Kurt can handle this. For what I have in mind, the request has to come from the highest level. Besides, there's a question of time.
Tell me exactly what you want to do what I can.
David, I want your consent to bring your mother here to testify.
Well, what for? I mean, you saw her. She's just getting over surgery.
I know. We'll make sure she's well taken care of.
But what can she do?
For starters, she just might save your life.
What are you talking about? Who's this?
According to the Russians, that's a picture of Dieter Krugman.
No, it isn't.
Why not?
You've seen the picture of Krugman. This isn't the same man.
Maybe he had plastic surgery. A lot of those guys did.
That is Krugman, right?
Yes.
Both photos show a man in SS uniform. Now, why would he have had plastic surgery before the war ended?
Okay, you're right, he wouldn't. But it doesn't make sense.
That's why I need your mother here, to explain the discrepancy.
She's very fragile, Mr. Mason. She's always been.
She survived Majdanek.
Okay.
Yes, I talked to the doctor, and he said it's all right for her to travel. But, matter of fact, I think even if he'd said no, she would have come.
That sounds like Helene, all right. When you talk to her, tell her Ken will meet her at the plane, and she'll be staying at the Royal Monceau with us.
Right. I think you should know, though, Perry, even with her faith in you, she's still very worried.
Well, she's not the only one. But don't tell her that.
Perry?
Bye, Della. As you heard, I want you to meet Helene.
I booked her on flight 1110, arriving Orly at noon.
Please bring her directly to the embassy.
What about the court-martial?
Oh, Colonel Butler's giving us a one-day delay.
Well, that's good.
Good. Helene's testimony could be the key to this whole case. Any minute now. There he is.
Don't turn around and walk out with me.
Hey, what the hell do you think?
What you feel is a gun, and I will use it if you do not do as I say. Come on, let's go.
You have friends arriving, Herr Meyerhoff? David, is that the man?
Yeah, that's him. Sir, you're under arrest. C'est moi.
Donne-toi là! Mr. Mason. For a second, I thought everything got fouled up. Now what?
We just let French justice take its course, head back to the hotel.
Back to the hotel? What for?
David's mother arrived 2 hours ago on the Concorde. Kathy's with her.
The gate!
We were on the train for 3 days. My mother and father, my 2 brothers and me. And probably 70 others in one box car. And no food or water the last day and a half.
How old were you?
15. My brothers were 14 and 17.
Please go on.
Finally, at dawn of the 4th day, the train stopped at Majdanek. They forced us to jump off the train. And I saw my mother and father shoved into a group of people and marched away. There were no goodbyes. I learned later they were taken directly to the gas chambers. Then my brothers and I, along with many other children our ages, were marched to some kind of a holding area. My brother Jean went up to this SS man and demanded to know where they had taken our parents. He did not answer, but he just raised this iron pipe he carried and smashed John to the ground with it. Then my other brother, Alan, ran to the man, and he also was smashed to the ground. And then he kept hitting him until he was dead. Somehow, Jean managed to get to his feet, and he went after the man, tried to knock him down. But the man raised the iron bar to hit Jean again. I grabbed this piece of glass, and I ran at him. And I grabbed his hand and cut it as hard as I could. He screamed and shook me away. And then he brought the iron bar down on my knee. Then he went back to Jean and finished his killing. Then he raised the bar over my head. He would have killed me too, but another SS officer arrived and ordered him to move all of us immediately to the work barracks. He called the man with the pipe Krugman. Opt Sturmführer Krugman. I never saw him again. But I will remember his face until the day I die.
Thank you, Miss Berman. I apologize for obliging you to relive that day. Now, I would like you to look at some photographs, if you will.
Of course.
These are photographs Mr. President already admitted into evidence. They are identified in your packets as A, B, and C. Mr. Prosecutor, do you have yours? Mr. Melansky, photograph A, please. Now, do you recognize that man?
Yes, I recognize him.
Could you tell us the name of that man?
I do not know it, but it is the SS officer who came and ordered Krugman to take us away. He did not mean to, I'm sure, but he saved my life.
But the man in that photograph is not Dieter Krugman.
No.
Photograph B, please. Now, do you recognize the same man in that photograph?
Yes, that's him, right there.
That man was known as Altman, Mrs. Berman. Felix Altman.
But he is here, too.
Who is there?
Krugman. Right there.
Photograph C, please, the Russian photo. And that man, that is also Dieter Krugman?
Yes. Yes, that is the monster. That's Krugman.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Berman. I'm sorry. I have no more questions of this witness.
Colonel Calvelli?
No questions, sir.
That's all, madam. We thank you for helping us here today. We'll take a 10-minute recess. Captain Berman, you have permission to assist your mother.
Yes, my husband's business was failing.
What did he do about that?
He was désespéré. He went to everyone he knew to borrow money. To find some money to keep the business going.
Did he succeed?
No.
Madame Altman, I have a few more questions. But I must remind you that you are still under oath.
Oui, I know.
Madame, what was your husband's real name?
Felix Meinhem. But he changed it to Altman. He did not want anyone to know he'd been stationed at Madnik.
Then why did you lie? Why did you tell the authorities and the press after he died that your husband was really Dieter Krugman?
Because someone threatened to kill me. And since Felix had been murdered, I did believe they would try to kill me too.
Who, Madame Altman? Who threatened to kill you?
A man named Karl Meyerhoff.
What is your relationship to Otto Rosen?
I work for him.
And on his orders, did you kidnap David Berman?
Yes.
On his orders, did you follow and electronically eavesdrop on Miss Catherine Bramwell?
Yes.
On his orders, did you threaten Danielle Altman's life?
Yes, but of course I would not have done it.
On his orders, did you kill Elsa Ramsey?
No, I've never killed anybody.
I see. Tell me, Mr. Meyerhoff, why were you waiting for Helene Berman at the airport yesterday?
All Rosen told me was that he wanted to talk to her before she appeared at this trial.
So you were just going to spirit her off, and Rosen was just going to talk to her.
That's what he said.
Mr. Meyerhoff, did you know that Felix Altman was not Dieter Krugman?
I only knew what Rosen told me.
Did you kill Felix Altman?
No.
Do you know who did?
No, but it wasn't me. I wasn't even in Paris that day. You can verify that.
I already have. No further questions.
Colonel Calvelli?
No questions, sir.
Defense calls Otto Rosen. Mr. Rosen, you do understand that your friend Meyerhoff has just testified.
Yes.
When your friend Meyerhoff called you to set up our meeting, I noted the number he punched on his mobile phone. I called that number the next day, found it was the office of a very prestigious brokerage house here in Paris.
Really? Perhaps you made a mistake with the number, huh?
Mr. Rosen, when we met, I asked why you were working underground. You gave me several answers, none of which I found satisfactory. I did some research. I found there'd been no bombing of any office in West Berlin 3 years ago, and that Mr. Wiesenthal had never heard of an Otto Rosen. Then came the question of identities. I'm grateful to the Russians for helping me sort it all out. Perhaps you will not be.
I've no idea what you're talking about.
Neither do I, Mr. President, and I must object to this whole line of inquiry as irrelevant.
Irrelevant? Mr. President, the testimony of this witness is the essential part of our defense.
And evidently, the defense is based on blue sky instead of on hard evidence. Mr. President, again, this is all irrelevant to the defendant's guilt or innocence.
I assure the court, even the skeptical colonel, that the relevancy will quickly become apparent.
Overruled.
Mr. Rosen, I submit that the office where we met was a total fake. A piece of theater you designed to convince me that you were a Jew and a Nazi hunter.
Well,
I submit, Herr Rosen, that you were and are neither.
Why should you say that? I'm Otto Rosen, and I have been a Nazi hunter for 44 years.
I submit, Herr Rosen, that your real name is Krugman. Dieter Krugman.
Dieter Krugman, you're insane. I'm Otto Rosen.
Mr. President, I beg this court's indulgence. I wish to bring into this interrogation at this time a witness, an expert witness, purely for the purposes of identification.
Go ahead, Mr. Mason.
Mr. Molansky, Otto Rosen. Dieter Krugman. I submit it was you who ordered Felix Altman killed and had his wife threatened.
That is a terrible lie.
You and Altman knew each other. You knew each other was here in Paris, both successful businessmen. You felt safe, didn't you? For one to betray the other, he would have to betray himself. But when Altman's business began to collapse, he became desperate. He came to you. He demanded money. Demanded money, or he'd reveal your true identity. For Felix Altman, that was suicide.
Yeah, it's an interesting theory, Mr. Mason, but it's a pity you have no proof for such wild charges.
I call the court's attention to the file from Russia, entered as Defense Exhibit 3. You will note the description of Dieter Krugman. It includes the fact that he has a scar across the back of his right hand. Mr. Rosen, I would like you to show the court your right hand.
You've no right to ask me anything. I'm a French citizen.
Show the court your right hand. Turn it over. I wonder if that scar could have been made by a jagged piece of glass in the hands of a little girl some 45 years ago. Now, would you please remove your glasses? Remove your glasses. Mrs. Berman, do you recognize that man?
Yes. The eyes of the devil. Krugman.
I have no further questions of the witness.
I have no questions, sir. I'm going to excuse this witness and suggest the Sûreté take him into immediate custody.
Mr. President, in view of the fact that the prosecution has made a prima facie case against the defendant, and that insufficient evidence has been produced to contradict any element of that case, I move for a directed verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree.
I ask the court to defer ruling on that motion until after the testimony of my final witness.
Mr. President, defense counsel continues to play his excruciating little delaying game, tantalizing us with this whole parade of mysterious witnesses, none of whom have disproved in the slightest the case against the defendant.
Mr. President, this case is much more complicated than Colonel Calvelli seems able to comprehend. Certainly more complicated than any of us would wish. The charge against the defendant is very serious. I believe the court should give us every reasonable opportunity to prove his innocence.
Mr. Mason, Colonel Calvelli's motion is somewhat irregular, but the point is well taken. If defense has some strong evidence to present us soon, let's hear it.
Yes, sir.
Call your next witness.
Isn't it true, Mr. Mitchell, that although Ambassador Todd assigned you to work with Mr. Molansky and myself, it was you who asked for the assignment?
Yes, of course I did. David's a good friend of mine.
And you? Are you a good friend of David's?
Excuse me?
I can't excuse you. You know, a lot of things bothered me about this case. For instance, how did Meyerhoff know the defendant was going out to dinner the night he was kidnapped? How did the photo thief know Mr. Molansky was going to return the picture to Miss Ramsey that day? And how did Elsa Ramsey's killer know she had recognized Krugman on the street? According to her daughter, the only people she talked to were the Sûreté and the defendant. Suddenly, a great light hit me. You were the only one who knew all these things, because as David's friend, he confided in you. To be sure, you were the contact. I let you make the travel arrangements for David's mother. Sure enough, there was Karl Meyerhoff, waiting for her at the airport. The right time, the right gate.
You're way off base, Mr. Mason. I had nothing to do with Rosen or Krugman or whatever his name is.
How long have you been in Paris, Mr. Mitchell?
11 years. Why?
11 years. You recognize this?
It looks like a paper napkin.
And on it is your handwriting, is it not?
I suppose so.
Suppose? Is it your handwriting or is it not?
It is.
Those are the directions you wrote down for the defendant the day he drove out to the spa to see Felix Altman.
So?
So, you've lived in Paris for 11 years. And yet you give your friend directions that will take him at least 20 minutes longer than necessary.
That's not true.
Not true? Not true, Mr. Mitchell?
All right, maybe I made a mistake.
No mistake. You gave David Berman faulty directions. You gave yourself time to get to his apartment, steal his gun, precede him to the spa, and lie in wait to kill Felix Altman.
What possible reason would I have to kill Altman?
Mr. Mitchell, on your personnel records, you're listed as the son of Wilhelm and Gisela Mitchell, married in Milwaukee in 1956. Gisela, maiden name Krauss, immigrated to the United States in 1954. But your age here is listed as 37. That means that you're not the actual son of Wilhelm Mitchell, but a child of Gisela's from a former marriage. I would like to introduce into evidence a certified copy of a birth certificate obtained from the West German government. It lists the birth of one Kurt Johann Krugman, son of Gisela Kraus Krugman and Hans Krugman. In other words, Mr. Mitchell, you are the blood nephew of Dieter Krugman and a member of Odessa.
That is a lie. That is a lie.
Ein Mitglied von Odessa.
Ja! Ich bin ein Krugmann. Und ich bin ein Top-Mitglied von Odessa. Und Sie werden sterben. You will die.
Sergeant. Yes, sir.
I move for a directed verdict of not guilty.
Motion granted. The defendant is free to go.
Hurt you. Oh, David. Oh, thank heaven.
I'm sorry you're going to have to stick around a few days to fill in those blanks for the Sûreté.
No problem.
You ready?
My bags are already in the taxi.
I'll get mine.
What are you talking about?
Business. I have to go.
Well, what about... I mean... Hell, this isn't fair.
Well, I might still be there when you get back.
Marie, if you think I'm going to let you get away without kissing you goodbye, you're crazy.
Taxi! Taxi!
Oh, forget it.
I love...
Coming up, the latest from Terry Knight and the Dreams. Now, for all of you out there who are just coming out of comas, they'll be kicking off their cross-country Dreamland tour this very night, right here in the Mile High City, baby. Now, as promised, here's Terry Knight and Remember Me.
Remember me. I long to be your favorite memory. Remember me. And all the time.
You're kidding. That's incredible. Uh-huh. Hang on, I'll see what she says. All 3 shows in LA are sold out. Sam Eagles thinks if we had a show up front, he can sell it out too. What do you say?
Do whatever you want.
Sam! Yeah, she's all for it. Okay. I'll fax you an amended contract. Uh-huh. No, thank you. Yeah, see you next month. Sam says brick a leg. Come on, Terry. It's okay. Remember the last tour? Oh, you were so nervous. But once you got out there and started to sing, well, you brought the house down. It'll be that way tonight. The show will be over before you know it. Remember Perry Mason, my law school professor? He called me this morning. He's in town to give a guest lecture tonight. Says he can't come to the concert, but he'll try to make the party afterward. Come on, honey. The show is as tight as a drum. Try to relax. You're gonna be great.
Check. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Up on 1, please. Check. Test.
They got your monitors all wrong. I'll be right back. Hey, Frank! Terry, hi. How you doing?
Sean, I thought you were in London.
I just flew in. You didn't think I'd miss your opening night, did you?
Jack told you, didn't he?
Told me what?
That I'm changing labels. You flew in just to beg me to stay with Pacifica.
Terry, we go back too many years. I don't deserve that.
Yeah, you do.
Hi. How you feeling?
Where's Carla?
She's here. She's downstairs.
Well, go get her. What are you doing?
This mic keeps shorting out.
What do we need stand mics for?
To record the show?
Well, who told you to record the show?
You did.
When?
Last month. You said you thought it was time for you to do a live album.
That is a lie, and you know it. What is the matter, Andy? Business a little slow lately? You running behind in your BMW payments?
Terry.
Or were you just desperate for an excuse to see me again? Pull these mics and get out of here.
Give me a check on 4 through 6 now, guys. Okay?
Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's get this over with.
Everyone just stop! This spotlight is blinding me. I can't hear myself sing, and what I can hear sounds like Ted Mack's amateur hour.
Terry, take it easy. We'll get everything adjusted, and we'll just take it from the top.
Like hell we will.
All right, move that light. Come on, guys. Adjust these monitors the way they should be. Come on, move it.
Becky, get my jacket, please. Becky! What the hell is he doing here?
He says you invited him. Why the hell would I want my ex-husband here?
Get my jacket and hurry up.
They're fixing everything. It's going to sound great this time. Come on, let's go back.
Forget it.
Terry, it's just a sound check. The sooner you go back in there, the sooner it'll be over. What are you doing?
Blowing this 2-bit pop stand.
Look, let's go into your dressing room. You can tell me what's wrong, okay?
You stop treating me like a child.
Well, stop acting like one.
You're getting pretty good at bossing people around, aren't you, Jack? You like getting whatever you want from whomever you like, don't you?
Stop it, Terry.
You know how many people would pay attention to you if it wasn't for me, Jack? No one. Zip. You'd be nothing without me.
This isn't the time or place. Now you get it together. We got a show to put on here. Back off.
You and all these other parasites put the show on. Me, I am gone. Jack. She says she's not doing the show.
It's just nerves.
What?
Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it.
Jack, you know where she went?
Probably the apartment. I'll have her back within an hour.
Hey, maybe somebody
Get
else.
out of my way.
I'll call you if I need you.
Hello, Miss Knight.
If my husband comes in, don't let him in.
Just a minute there, Mr. Barnett. Your wife said I wasn't to let you up.
My wife doesn't know what she's talking about.
Maybe if you just
Get
called her
out of
from
my
the-
way.
Yes.
Sorry, Miss Knight. Your husband's on his way up.
I told you to stop him.
What the hell's gotten into you? After the concert. Now let's go.
I'm not going anywhere with you.
Terry, what's wrong with you? You're trying to get back at me for Corrine, aren't you? Aren't you? I told you it was over 4 months ago. Now, I'm sorry it was a mistake. It will never happen again.
Oh, liar!
You don't do that concert. Okay, you'll be hurting me, but you'll be destroying yourself.
I'm bleeding.
Oh, I'm sorry. I really am. But, sweetheart, you're just not thinking.
All right, I'll do your concert.
You're just tired. You've been tossing and turning beside me at night for weeks now. It's just your nerves. You're gonna be great tonight. Look, to hell with the sound check. Why don't you just lie down for an hour or two?
I left my throat spray at the office.
I'll get it. You just try and get some rest.
You take my car?
I love you.
emergency assistance?
Yeah, listen, I live in an apartment at 1793 Terrace Drive, and there's a real bad fight going on upstairs in the penthouse. I think you better send the police or something.
What do you mean a fight?
Hey, all I know is a man and a woman are yelling at each other. There's a lot of banging and scuffling going on.
1793 Terrace Drive?
Right, the penthouse.
And your name is?
Look, just send the cops, okay?
You've got to have a permit to park here. Didn't you see the sign?
I guess I missed it.
Well, you've got to move on. I'm expecting company.
We got a call that there was some kind of disturbance up here.
Well, my wife and I had a rather loud argument, I'm afraid, but it's over now.
Oh, where is she?
My wife, she's taking a nap.
I'm afraid we're going to have to wake her up.
Look, my wife has a concert tonight. She needs her rest.
As soon as we're sure she's okay, we'll be on our way.
I don't want her disturbed.
Ma'am? Ma'am? Charlie, in here.
You don't have to give us a statement. You do understand it. I'm an attorney. I understand it perfectly.
All right. Then tell us about the fight you had with your wife.
She was about to go on tour, starting with a concert here at the auditorium.
She was going to have to go out there and sing in front of practically everyone she'd known since she was born. She was terrified. He was her husband. He should have understood that. Instead, he gets into a fight with her, and right there in the green room, it was awful.
Did he hit her?
No, but he grabbed her and shook her real hard. And then she said she wasn't going to do the concert and just turned around and left.
I went to our penthouse thinking I could calm her down, talk some sense into her. But all she wanted to do was fight. She started throwing things, clawing at me.
That what happened to your face and hands?
She was out of control. Finally, I slapped her.
How many times?
Just once. She settled down and the fight was over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leo.
Lieutenant.
Yo.
Preliminary coroner's report indicates she was killed by a single bullet to the head while she was lying down. No powder burns, nothing to indicate suicide. Cold-blooded murder.
She was alive when I left to drive to the office. Someone must have come in and killed her while I was gone.
Only 2 people entered the building before the police showed up. Ms. Knight and her husband, Mr. Barnett.
Anyone leave the building before the police came?
Nobody went by the front desk. And a TV camera lets me see every car that goes in and out through the garage. Nobody left.
Not even Mr. Barnett?
No, sir.
I looked in the bedroom when I got back. The drapes were drawn. It looked like she was asleep. Mr. Barnett, I'm going to be placing you under arrest for the crime of murder. Before we go any further, I want you to read this gentleman's rights.
Lieutenant Brock, that won't be necessary. I'll inform my client of his rights. I'd say you can consider this interview over now with the excuses.
All right, Mr. Mason. Just stuff and let's clear out of here.
I'm sorry, Jack.
I didn't think you'd get here so soon. Thanks for coming.
I got the word. I came right away. It's a good thing, too. Of all people, you should know better than to make a statement without counsel.
I just wasn't thinking. Doesn't look good, Perry.
Last time I saw you and Terry, you both seemed very happy.
She changed. Started picking fights. Arguing about the most inconsequential things. Acting distracted. Remote.
Was your marriage in trouble?
About 6 months ago, I was indiscreet. A woman I met in New York. It was a short, stupid affair, which I regretted immediately. Felt so bad about it, I told Terry.
How did she take it?
She was pretty angry at first, but she said she forgave me, and I thought that was that.
All right, Jack. What happened today?
Well, we got into a fight over at the auditorium during rehearsal. She left and went to the apartment we have here. I followed. We fought some more. Then we made up. I went out to run an errand. 20 minutes later, she was dead. Someone must have come in and killed her while I was gone.
Where did you go when you left?
To the office. I had to pick up her throat spray. It was a prescription.
Anybody at the office see you?
It's Saturday. No one was there.
But you got the throat spray.
No, unfortunately, I couldn't find it.
The DA is going to contend you never went anywhere.
I know. Perry, I loved her. I didn't kill her. I know you would never ask, but it's important to me that you know that.
Jack, I didn't have to ask. But thank you for telling me. I'll try to get you arraigned first thing in the morning. I take it bail won't be a problem.
No.
All right. Let's get to work. Well, Lieutenant Brock.
Mr. Mason, here to have a look at the scene of the crime?
If you don't mind.
Mind? I'll even give you the guided tour.
Make my day.
Now, in here is where he shot her. As you can see, she was lying on the bed when she took the bullet.
Jack didn't shoot her, Lieutenant.
Right. Now, back out here is where we found the murder weapon. .25 caliber handgun.
Fingerprints?
Just those of the registered owner, Mr. Jack Barnett. Now, over here is where she threw the ashtray at him. Must have been some fight they had.
Looking for Perry Mason?
Here, Ken.
Mr. Molansky.
Lieutenant? I talked to everyone who lives in the apartments below this one. Nobody heard any fighting, and nobody called 911.
You mean nobody will admit they called 911? It happens all the time. Nobody wants to get involved.
Let's go, Ken. That 911 call, could you have a tape of that delivered to us soon?
Yeah, listen, I live in an apartment at 1793 Terrace Drive, and there's a real bad fight going on upstairs in the penthouse. I think you better send the police or something.
What do you mean a fight?
Hey, all I know is a man and a woman are yelling at each other. There's a lot of...
Did you hear that? Go back a little.
I think you better send the police or something.
What do you mean a fight?
Hey,
That's it.
all I know is a man
Hear that
and a
horn?
woman are yelling at each other.
That's a car horn, Perry.
A very loud car horn. The fight this caller says he overheard took place in a penthouse on the 24th floor.
So if he heard the fight from, let's say, the 20th floor, and he made the phone call from there, that horn is still awfully loud.
Hey, all I know is a man and a woman are yelling at each other. There's a lot of banging and scuffling going on.
1793 Terrace Drive?
Right, the penthouse.
And your name is?
Look, just send the cops.
Maybe the caller was using a cordless phone.
Maybe it was a car phone. Maybe he wasn't in the apartment building at all.
In that case, the person we just heard could have been the killer, calling the police to make sure you got blamed for the murder.
You're saying, he watched me leave, went up, killed Terry, and then went back outside and called the police when he saw me come home?
Well, since you drove, he had to position himself where he could see the entrance to the garage.
So there's a chance somebody might have seen him.
I'll get right on it.
Jack, who knew that you and Terry were going to the apartment that afternoon?
Everybody who overheard the fight we had backstage. Roadies, stage hands, the backup group.
Specific names?
You're kidding. We could be here all day. Wait. That's not true. That apartment was our Denver hideaway. Very few people knew about that. Which means that even though everybody heard me say where I was going, only a handful of people would have known where it actually was.
Jack.
Right. Specific names. Let's see, there was Carla Peters. She's one of the members of the backup group. She's been there, I think. And Sean Lassiter. He's the president of Pacifica Records. And Joe Dillon, Terry's peach of an ex-husband. I think they were both there. And Andy Sachs. He produced most of Terry's records. And, of course, Terry's personal assistant, Becky DeLeo. She's been there hundreds of times.
Good. We'll start with them.
Yeah, hi, I'm investigating a murder, you know, the one that took place on Saturday across the street. I was just wondering if you happen to see any strange people or strange cars that afternoon. I'm investigating a murder that took place over there in that apartment building on Saturday. I was just wondering if you happened to see anyone or anything that was out of the ordinary that day. Hi, I'm investigating a murder that took place Saturday over there in that apartment building. I just wondered if you happened to see or hear anything that afternoon that was peculiar, like anyone hanging around out here on the sidewalk.
Hello, Becky. Remember me?
Vaguely?
We met in New York about 4 years ago, briefly. I was his friend then, but now I'm also Jack's attorney.
Always wondered something about attorneys.
What would that be?
How they can live with themselves knowing they defend guilty people for a living.
Guilt or innocence is for the judge or the jury to determine. However, if you think Jack killed Terry, you're wrong.
Then who did?
Someone who knew Terry was going to her apartment after she left that rehearsal. Someone who knew where her apartment was.
Someone like me?
Perhaps.
She and I were like sisters, Mr. Mason. Everybody thought Terry was this glamorous, sophisticated superstar. But what she was really was just a kid. We'd go to Disneyland for the weekend or New York and shop, you know, buying things for everyone she knew. I think it was because coming from the ghetto, having to struggle every inch of the way, when she was a kid, she didn't actually get to be a kid.
When did you two meet?
About 5 years ago, the concert in Philadelphia. I was her biggest fan. I still am. I've never known anyone so genuinely kind and giving. God, I'm gonna miss her.
Jack said she'd been pretty rough on you these past few months.
She was just nervous about the tour. I understood that.
I see you found Becky. How are you doing?
Oh, spare me the grief-stricken husband routine, Jack. I know you too damn well.
We've known each other for years. I can't believe she would think I had something to do with Terry's death.
Maybe she doesn't.
What do you mean?
It's going to be interesting to find out from Terry's will the amount of her estate and to whom she left it.
Anyhow, I was wondering if you saw anything or anyone out of the ordinary that day.
You know, as a matter of fact, my aunt had a run-in with someone kind of strange that day.
What do you mean?
Well, around 4 or 4:30, she saw this guy parked out front, just sitting there talking on the phone in his car. She said she finally had to go out and tell him to move.
Well, can I talk to your aunt?
Well, she's out of town. She won't be back till tomorrow.
Oh, I guess I'll come back then. Thanks a lot.
Sure?
Are you sure you don't want some tea?
No, thanks. This won't take very long.
Well, you take just as long as you like. My niece will be home for lunch any time now, and I'm sure she'd love to see you again. You're not one of those married men who doesn't wear his wedding ring, are you, Mr. Melansky?
Oh, no, I'm not married. Anyway, your niece was telling me you had words with somebody parked out front the day Terry Knight was killed?
Well, yes. I was expecting company for dinner that evening. The Hingles, Leonard and Eleanor, and their boy Sheldon. He was on furlough from the Navy. He's my niece's age. Anyway, as you saw, it's permit parking only out front. So I had to watch for the Hingles so I could give them a temporary permit. Only when I looked out, I saw this man parked out there without a permit. So I just marched right out there and told him to move on.
Well, what'd he look like?
Well, like a construction worker or something. Big and mean, and he had a scraggly beard, and his hair was kind of mousy colored.
Well, would you recognize him if you saw him again?
Probably. Well, anyway, he drove away as soon as I talked with him. Once he got off the phone, that is.
You didn't get his license plate number, did you?
Oh, good heavens, no.
The make of the car?
It was dark blue, dirty, and banged up. I remember that. It just looked awful. Oh, yes. And it had all these stickers in the back window that said, Dorothy and the Tin Men.
Who are Dorothy and the Tin Men?
Well, that's just what I asked my niece when I went inside with the Hingles, and she said it was a local rock band with a girl who sings in her underwear. Sheldon didn't know that. He really wasn't very with it.
Mr. Lassiter, I'm Perry Mason.
Yes, of course. Please.
I appreciate your seeing me. I could tell you were a busy man.
Just going through the motions, really. Terry's death came as a horrible shock. Please, sit down. What can I do for you?
This picture. When was this picture taken?
8 years ago. That was the dive Terry was performing in when I discovered her. It was just the dreams then. But it was clear she was something special. It just naturally became Terry Knight and the Dreams.
Remember me. I long to be your favorite memory. Remember me and all the times we shared, loved and cared. For we will always be.
All I really did was make her as beautiful on the outside as she already was on the inside. She deserved every bit of the fame and fortune she got. I'll never sign anyone like her again. Ever.
Jack tells me she was about to sign with another record company.
In this business, that's just another way of asking for a higher royalty rate.
No, she was concerned about the way your promotion people do business.
I use independents to sell my recordings. What's wrong with the way they do business?
Terry apparently believed you got radio stations to play your recordings by giving them illegal payoffs.
What, payola? That's ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Is that what you said when she confronted you?
She never confronted me.
Jack says she did.
Well, she lied to Jack, or he's lying to you. I mean, my God. The man is on trial for murder. He's liable to say anything.
You'd have been ruined if Terry had gone public with her accusations.
What exactly are you suggesting?
I understand you had a set of pen and ink drawings custom made for her apartment here in Denver.
So what? It was a gift.
So, you'd been to her apartment?
Yes. Look, before you start trying to tie me into the Kennedy assassination or something, let me tell you this. I made Terry Knight, and she knew it. Now, she may have thrown a tantrum or two recently, but that was just nerves. She would never have done anything to hurt me or anybody. That just wasn't her style.
Seems to me her style changed. Thank you, Mr. Lassiter. I'll be in touch.
Beer, whatever you got on tap.
Coming up.
There's a car out front, dark blue, got plenty of dents in it. The owner around?
Why?
I just hit it.
Another dent. Harry'll be thrilled. He's probably in the back somewhere, trying to get somebody to listen to that damn demo tape of his. You know, would-be songwriter.
Well, we better get this over with. What's this guy Harry look like?
Big guy, sandy brown hair, wears a suit coat over a work shirt. Real class. Try the dressing room backstage. It's right up those stairs.
Thanks.
Harry? Harry?
Well, hi. Come on in.
I'm looking for Harry.
You just missed him.
Let's bring that bass level up just a touch. That's good. That's good. Now bury the center just a little bit. Yeah. Who the hell is that? Hey, can I help you?
My name's Mason.
Sorry, I forgot you're coming. I'll be right in. Keep working. How's Jack doing?
He's holding up. You've been producing Terry's records for how long?
5 years, 4 albums.
How the two of you get along?
Easiest star I ever worked with.
So the argument you had with her the afternoon she was murdered was a fluke?
Just a misunderstanding, that's all.
I had a long talk yesterday with Terry's driver.
So?
So, that wasn't the first misunderstanding, was it?
We had an affair, if that's what you're talking about.
Didn't your wife divorce you because of that affair? Wasn't there a substantial property settlement?
Just about bankrupted me.
And then Terry walked out on you.
She never said so, but I think she took up with me just to get even with Jack for messing around on her. Her heart was never really in our relationship. I knew it, but I couldn't help myself. I thought maybe if I loved her enough, in time, she would love me back. One day, she just refused to see me again. That was it.
How did that make you feel?
Like killing myself. But if you're trying to say that maybe I killed her instead, you have no idea how much I loved her. I should have known she'd never leave, Jack.
Remember me and keep the memories. That's all I can be. Though I am gone, please remember me. Oh.
In the end, she just couldn't hurt Jack the way he had hurt her. She was the only truly decent human being I've ever known.
But she destroyed your life.
Yeah. Everything but my music.
Mrs. McDevitt? Mrs. McDevitt? Mrs. McDevitt, it's Ken Molansky. Look, Brock, I'm telling you, it's the same guy. He knew that she could place him outside Terry Knight's apartment the day of the murder, so he got nervous. Came back here and he killed her.
This is a burglary going south, plain and simple.
Oh, come on.
Some guy breaks in, he's thinking nobody's home, starts trashing the place. She sneaks up on him, he clobbers her, she winds up dead.
I think that someone killed her, then trashed the place to make it look like a burglary.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Mr. Molansky, can you give me a description of your burglar, sir?
I didn't get a good look at his face.
So, in other words, you have nothing.
But whoever killed her also killed Terry Knight.
If you'll excuse me, gentlemen.
He hangs out at the L.A. club, Brock.
Did you get a look at his license plate?
Yeah, back at the club. I wrote it down, but it was a dead end. The car was stolen. I'm gonna find that guy, Perry.
Of course you will. I just want you to end up in one piece.
Well, you're turning into a regular.
Love soda.
Club soda.
Yeah.
So So what did Harry say about his car?
Actually, we wound up talking mostly about music.
Yeah? You in the business?
Yeah. I'm an A&R man from Pacifica Records. Listen to the demo Harry gave me last night. I think I could use a couple of his songs.
No kidding. Harry's gonna be famous.
Maybe. If I can find him. See, I lost his phone number.
Hey, Kathy, come here. This guy's a big honcho at Pacific Records. Wants Harry to write some songs for him.
Hey, well, actually, I just want to talk to him. You're Kathy?
Kathy Redding. Hi. Harry's a friend of mine.
Your heart.
Perry Mason.
That's right.
Joe Dillon.
You were Terry's first husband.
I was 29. She was a cute 17. I was like an older brother to her. She wanted to sing. So I taught her how. The voice, the moves, that cute little smile. I taught her everything. And somewhere along the way, we fell in love. I married her. 4 years later, she walked.
What happened?
Magic, Mr. Mason. Terry had magic when she sang. People couldn't take their eyes off her. And once she found that out, I couldn't hold her.
Several of the people who were backstage at the auditorium the afternoon she was murdered told me you were there and that you were very upset with her.
I was mad as hell. 3 weeks before, Terry had called me and said, "Hey, why don't you be my guest at the concert?" I said, "Great." I get to the door, there's no pass, my name's not on the guest list, and everybody backstage is treating me like dirt, even her. I felt like a complete fool.
So, you were on speaking terms?
Yeah, we kept in touch. I even went to her and Jack's wedding. Hey, why not? She's singing to 30,000 people at the auditorium. I'm singing feelings in some dive to a bunch of stiffs. You forgive and forget. I forgave. She forgot.
And she wouldn't have amounted to a hill of beans if it hadn't been for you. Is that what you think?
I know so. Not only did I teach her how to sing, I taught her how to use that body of hers to make people listen. Some great moments.
Did you know about her apartment on Terrace Drive?
I've been over there a few times.
The afternoon she was murdered?
You mean, did she make me so mad that I went over there and killed her and then framed Jack because I saw them fighting at the auditorium?
That's exactly what I mean.
Nah, forget it. Jack is the one that killed Terry. And like I told the DA this morning, Terry called me a week earlier. Said that she was afraid that Jack was going to kill her. And lo and behold, he did. Excuse me.
Thank you.
I'll have a cup of clam chowder and a dinner salad with blue cheese. Then I'll have the lamb chops, with the broccoli, and a side of fries and a vanilla milkshake. I missed lunch.
Number 4 cheeseburger and some fries, please. Where do you put it?
I expend a lot of energy on stage. I'm a singer.
Ah.
Actually, I think I expend more energy off stage worrying about making a fool of myself.
So, Harry's a friend of yours?
Yeah, more or less. He likes my voice, and he wants me to sing a couple of his songs on his next demo.
That's terrific.
Though what's really terrific is that he wants me to quit my job and go to Vegas with us. He can get me work there. And in L.A., too.
Sure he's got connections in the business?
He's got you, right?
Right. Which brings us to what I wanted to talk about. See, I listened to Harry's demo the other day, and I think I can use some of his stuff.
He's really talented, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. But the problem is, and you're going to think I'm a flake here, he gave me his phone number and address, and I lost them. You know what they are?
No, I don't. I'm sorry, I never call him. He's always just hanging out at the club.
You know his last name?
Corcoran. Harry Corcoran. Actually, he'll probably be down at the club tonight. I'll be singing a whole set by myself. First time ever.
You'll be great.
Why don't you come too? Please?
Okay. I'd like that.
Show all you've got in Slim's panty slacks. They're hot.
That was good for me. What about you, CJ? Let me guess. Perry Mason.
I won't take long.
So? What do you want?
When and how did you, Terry, and Janice start singing together?
We went to the same high school. Started singing together there just for fun. Drifted apart after graduation. Didn't even know Terry had gotten married till I ran into her after a divorce. She was a mess. Joe had been awful to her. He was so jealous of her he couldn't see straight. Anyway, the three of us started getting together and singing again. Terry had changed. She was much better. And pretty soon we realized we had something. And we became the Dreams.
Easy to love. I'm trying to be done. Easy to love. I know we can make it. Easy to love. So why don't you take it? Easy to
She and I and Janice, we became best friends and stayed best friends.
Until Terry decided to take over the spotlight, you mean?
She says Sean Lasseter thought the group would be more commercial if it had a lead and two backups. So we became Terry Knight and the Dreams.
Did that make you angry?
What do you think? Just what are you getting at?
Rumor has it she wanted to fire you.
I don't listen to rumors.
What about opinions? I'm of the opinion that someone close to Terry may have arranged her murder.
Just what the hell are you saying? That I had something to do with Terry's death?
You started out as equals. You wanted to go back to being equals, didn't you? But she did not.
Do something for me, okay, Mr. Mason? Go to hell.
What I can't figure out is why so many people I talk to almost eulogize Terry.
Maybe she was a nice person.
She mistreated everybody around her. They all admit it. Yet in the same breath, they all go on about how wonderful she was. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense.
Thank you. Well, I checked every songwriters organization, and not one of them has even heard of Harry Corcoran.
There is no Harry Corcoran registered in any hotel or motel in the vicinity.
Yeah, well, whatever his name is, he is an aspiring songwriter because the people at the club have heard his demo tape.
The more reason to believe that one of our suspects may have hired him, damn it. The more reason.
I'm no more lost but found. 'Cause you make me feel so good, just like I always knew I could. And since I'm loving every day, I'm gonna want you here to stay.
Tell Harry there's an A&R guy up in the booth that wants to talk to him, okay? Okay. All right, great.
I wanna look at you, baby. I wanna feast my eyes. I wanna look at you, baby. I know you're one big surprise. I wanna look at you, baby. Ooh, you know I can't get enough. The more I see, the more I like. The more I like, the more I love to look at you, baby. Come on and make my day. I need to look at you, baby. Said in every way. Come on.
Are you okay? What are you guys doing?
I don't know. He just attacked me.
Oh, right. Like attacking A&R men is something that Harry does every day.
Okay. The truth is, I work for the defense on a case that Harry's involved with. I need to talk to him.
So, you weren't interested in me or my music?
It's a murder case, Kathy, and Harry's involved up to his eyeballs. I wouldn't have lied to you unless it's absolutely imperative that I talk to this guy.
Got to the point there wasn't anything more I could do to help her singing career, so she left me.
So you were married to her for how many years?
Just short of 4 full years.
Prior to seeing her at the auditorium on the afternoon before she was murdered, when was the last time that you saw Ms. Knight?
About a week before that.
Under what circumstances?
She called me, asked if she could come over. She sounded desperate, so I said sure.
So she came to see you?
That afternoon. The minute she walked through the door, she started crying. Said I was the only one she could trust. Said she was afraid of her husband.
She say why?
His temper. She said it had gotten so bad that she was afraid that he was going to kill her.
Those are exact words.
No, actually not. Her exact words were, "Joey, I'm scared of him. He loses his temper when we argue. One of these days, he's going to end up killing me."
Nothing further. Your witness.
Mr. Dillon, Was anyone else present when you heard Terry Knight say she was afraid Jack Barnett was going to kill her?
No, sir.
And you remember her exact words?
I have a very good memory, especially where Terry is concerned.
Were you aware of anyone else who might benefit from Terry Knight's death?
Not offhand, no.
You're certain of that?
Yeah.
As certain as you are of Terry Knight's exact words?
I suppose.
Yes or no, Mr.
Yes, I'm certain.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Dillon?
I sing and play piano. In bars, at weddings, whatever.
How much will you gross this week?
$500.
That for 7 days?
6.
How much would Terry Knight have grossed for 3 performances at the Denver Auditorium?
$350,000.
To the penny. Happen to know how much her estate is worth?
Couple million, I guess.
14 million, to be exact. Now, who stood to inherit that money, Mr. Dillon?
Probably Jack.
That's right. Her husband, Jack. Except that if he were to be found guilty of her murder, he could not legally inherit 1 single cent. Everything would go to the second beneficiary named in her will. Do you know who that person is, Mr. Dillon?
Now, wait a minute.
Please, Mr. Dillon, tell the court who the second beneficiary is.
I don't know.
Of course you know. It's you. If Jack Barnett is convicted of murdering his wife, then you will be handed a check for $14 million. Mr. Dillon, you lied just now about her will, yet you expect us to believe you told the truth about Jack Barnett's threat against his wife. I think if we want the truth, this court will need someone's word other than yours. No further questions.
But I'm telling the truth.
Mr. Dillon, I have no more
everything that she said, she come and told me.
Silence. Mr. Dillon, one more word from you and I will have to hold you in contempt, sir. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
You may step down now.
I'm looking for Kathy Redding. Looks so normal, I almost didn't recognize you. Hypers by day, rocker by night, huh?
How did you find me?
Bartender at the club.
Go away.
We gotta talk.
Oh, great. So now on top of everything else, you're going to make me lose my job.
What time do you get off work today?
5:30.
5:30 down in the lobby, okay?
Okay.
If you don't show up, I'll be back.
I said okay.
So I says to him, your wife doesn't want you going up there. And he says to me, mind your own business. And then he goes up. I couldn't stop him. I can't help but feel like what happened to Ms. Knight was my fault.
Did Mr. Barnett seem angry to you?
Real angry, yeah.
When did Mr. Barnett leave the building? Do you remember?
Not till that night, after the police came.
You're sure?
There's TV cameras all over that building. Anybody that comes in the front door or goes in and out the garage, I see him.
Well, what if Mr. Barnett were driving someone else's car? Like Miss Knight's car?
Now, I know everybody's car. Hers never left the building either.
So what you're saying is, you did not see Mr. Barnett leave the building between 4 and 5 that afternoon, the time at which the coroner has testified Miss Knight was killed.
No, I sure didn't.
Thank you, Mr. Sussman. Your witness.
Marvin Sussman. Those TV monitors you mentioned, how many do you have to watch while you're on duty?
Let's see, there's 10.
10? You watch 10 TV screens, Marvin? I should think that would be hard on your eyes.
My eyes are as fit as fiddles.
When's the last time you had them checked?
About 6 months ago. 20/20, both eyes.
Don't your eyes get tired from looking at TV screens all day?
No, sir.
Don't you ever have to take a break Look away for a while?
No, sir. They pay me to watch those monitors, and I do. Like a hawk.
Well, thank you, Marvin. Oh. Who was Secretariat?
A racehorse.
Swaps? Native dancer? Affirmed?
All racehorses. Everybody knows that.
Yankee Red?
Yeah, he's a racehorse, too.
But not everybody knows that. Only the people that bet on him in the feature race at Hialeah yesterday. People who like to play the horses. Now, you like to play the ponies, don't you, Marvin?
I make a bet every once in a while.
How often is once in a while? Marvin Sussman, I realize your job may very well be at stake here, but my client's life is at stake. Now, believe me, the guilt you feel for what happened to Terry Knight is nothing compared to what you'll feel if he's convicted because you failed to tell the truth. Now, you bet on the horses practically every day, don't you?
Yeah.
When you can't get to the track, how do you place your bets?
I have a bookie. He works out of a bar that's just around the corner from the apartment building.
Isn't it true that every day at 4:15 you go to that bar to place new bets and settle old ones with your bookie? Marvin, we need the truth now. Isn't that the truth?
Yeah, it's true.
Did you go to the bar the afternoon Terry Knight was murdered?
Yes.
How long were you gone?
15 minutes at the most.
Isn't it true that during that time Jack Barnett could have driven out of the building, gone to his office, and driven back into the building without your seeing him?
Yeah, it's possible. Real possible.
Thank you, sir. That's all.
Go ahead, what would you like?
Nothing.
Cup of coffee.
Well, maybe just a cup of decaf. And the beef stew. And a piece of pecan pie. A la mode. Well, you're not bleeding, so I guess you haven't found Harry yet.
No, I haven't, but I found these. Finally got a good look at him at the club last night, so I went over to police headquarters to take a look at some mug shots. Guess what?
He has a record, I know that. He told me. He wrote a couple of bad checks.
Try armed robbery. 3 years in Joliet, and his name isn't Harry Corcoran, it's Steve Gant.
So big deal. So he changed his name because he wanted to start new with a clean slate.
Kathy, I think this guy's a killer.
He's just a songwriter.
He's very dangerous.
He likes my voice. Damn it, he thinks I'm good.
Kathy, I know this guy said he wants to help you, and I know you want to believe him, but I'm telling you. It's bad news. I'm staying at the Marketplace Hotel. Here's my number. Take it. If I'm wrong, throw it away. But if I'm right, Kathy, you gotta be careful.
Give it to him.
Hi. How was your day?
How did you get in here?
The window by the fire escape was open. You're lucky it was me and not some psychopath.
Excuse me.
You don't seem very happy to see me.
You broke into my home.
I got tired of waiting outside. Where you been, anyway?
Grocery shopping, what does it look like? And now I'm gonna go change.
I want the money. Now. Nothing doing. Tomorrow night, or I start blowing whistles. Not there. The auditorium, 7 o'clock. You'd better. Who was the guy at the club the other night?
You're the one who beat him up. Why don't you tell me?
He wasn't any A&R guy from Pacifica Records.
That's what he said.
What else did he say?
Nothing. Hey, Harry! Harry!
I think you're lying.
He told me that you had been in prison for armed robbery. Okay?
What else?
Nothing.
You're lying again.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Harry, come on!
He couldn't have known I did time unless he knew my real name.
Okay, he told me that too. I forgot, okay?
Stay away from that guy, you hear me? You go near him again, and you got a problem with me.
Mr. Clemens, would you please tell this court your profession?
I'm a lawyer. Most of my work is in the field of entertainment.
You knew Terry Knight.
I drew up the original contract between her, Carla Peters, and Janice White. The one that formalized their relationship as the Dreams. And I continued as her lawyer right up until her death.
So, you knew Terry Knight from, shall we say, her humble beginnings as a singer.
From the grassroots, Mr. Mason.
Mr. Clemens, fortune and fame, we know, can sometimes have strange effects on people. After achieving success, entertainers can sometimes become high-strung, demanding, unreasonable. Can they not?
Objection. Where is the relevance?
Your Honor, proof of reasonable doubt demands showing that other people, in this instance, a good many other people, had a motive for committing this murder. Terry Knight's personality is a crucial element.
Your Honor, Mr. Mason is trying to put the victim on trial here.
Perhaps, but there is some relevancy here. I'm going to overrule. Continue, Mr. Mason.
Thank you, Your Honor. What about Terry Knight, Mr. Clemens? Did Terry Knight change too?
I honestly thought that she might prove to be the exception to the rule. And for years, Terry was as kind and guileless as the day we met. Then about 6 months ago, well, she became just as imperious as any star I've ever known.
Go on.
Well, suddenly she was calling me every day, wanting this contract amended because so-and-so had ripped her off, wanting that contract nullified because so-and-so had lied to her. She even wanted to sue Carla Peters, her best friend. Apparently, Carla had talked to someone about cutting a solo album. Terry wanted to sue her for breach of contract.
And her producer, Andy Sachs.
Well, when he was mixing one of her albums, he accidentally lost a track she'd recorded. She wanted to sue him for negligence. Fortunately, that didn't happen with Mr. Sachs or anyone else. This kind of litigation only serves to provoke people. And in the music business, making enemies of people you have to work with, well, that's something you must avoid.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens.
Karen, next Thursday night, a whole set to myself. Save my brains out for it.
Congratulations.
Get out of here, please.
Why?
Because if Harry sees me with you, there's going to be trouble all over again.
Sounds like you've been talking to him.
I'm just trying to get on with my life. Would you leave me alone?
I was right about
leave
it, wasn't I?
Leave me out of it,
Kathy,
Ken.
I don't want to make trouble for you, believe me. But 2 people are dead, and I'm pretty sure it's because of Harry. The only person that can help me nail him is you.
Mr. Mason, will you call your next witness, please?
Defense calls Carla Peters.
Terry and Carla were friends. What are you doing?
Trying to find the truth. Ms. Peters, when you, Janice Wyatt, and Terry Knight started out, it was just the dreams, was it not?
That's right.
But it ended up being Terry Knight and the dreams. Why? Why wasn't it Carla Peters and the dreams?
It just didn't work out that way.
When Sean Lassiter promoted Terry to lead singer and demoted you to backup, did Terry object?
No.
In fact, she was relieved she didn't have to compete with you anymore, wasn't she?
I wouldn't know.
In fact, when she heard you were thinking about doing a solo album, when it looked as though she would have to compete with you, she tried to destroy you, didn't she? Miss Peters, didn't Terry Knight try to sue you?
She tried to sue me, yes.
Terry Knight was a willful, vengeful star who was determined to crush any and all threats to her, including you. Isn't that true, Miss Peters?
No, it isn't. You want me to sit up here and say Terry was some kind of monster, don't you?
All I want is the truth.
The truth? The truth is that she was one of the finest people who ever lived. You want me to say she changed? Okay. She changed. How can you not change when 40,000 people go nuts every time you step on stage? Well, you make so much money. You can buy anything you want. That's a lot for a girl who grew up with nothing. You know? People treated her like she was a superstar. So, okay, maybe she acted like one sometimes. But I knew what she was really like. She was my friend. And I loved her.
No more questions.
State want to cross?
No, Your Honor.
Witness may step down.
Well, you got the truth. Any more brilliant ideas?
Think of it this way, Jack. If we hadn't put Carla on the stand, we wouldn't have her truth, and we wouldn't have one less suspect. Lieutenant Brock decided to join us.
I understand you're on your way to pick up a paycheck.
Don't understand what you're talking about. In fact, I think I'm being illegally detained here.
You're under arrest for trespassing. How's that? And that's all I've got on him, gentlemen.
Who's heading for the dressing room?
Let's go, Lieutenant. Hello, Becky.
What's going on? Hey, give me that.
Money. How much money exactly? How much was Terry's life worth?
It wasn't me. I'm doing this for someone else. Someone else made me do it.
Who would that be?
Your client, Jack Barnett.
Jack Barnett did not give Becky $50,000 to kill his wife.
Well, Becky had to say something. She probably figured that by laying it on Jack, she'd have the greatest effect on Brock. She was right.
You think she's the one that hired that man to kill Terry?
No. They were like sisters, according to Jack. The idea that she would kill Terry just doesn't make sense. Nothing about this case makes sense.
So, what do we do now?
Follow the money. Find out whose bank account that $50,000 came from. I got to get a subpoena.
Wait, Ken. Dell, I want you to call Jack and get him over here. And order some coffee. It's going to be a long night.
You found any answers?
No, just a theory. But it's the only way the fact that nothing makes sense makes sense. Mr. Leo, would you tell the court, please, who killed Terry Knight?
A man named Steve Gant.
How do you know that?
Because I was the one who hired him to do it. I was forced to by her husband, Jack Barnett.
Order. Order.
He came to me about a month before the murder and told me if I didn't do as he said, he'd ruin me. He'd make sure no one in the music business would ever hire me again.
How did you find Steve Gant? Run an ad in the paper?
I knew him because he was a songwriter. At least he thought he was. He kept writing stuff for Terry on spec and begging me to give it to her. Kept trying to butter me up. He let it slip once that he'd been in prison. So I assumed, correctly, that he was capable of violence.
How much did you agree to pay him?
$50,000 before and $50,000 after. Cash. Again, it was Jack's idea.
Not quite. See, the money tells a different story. $100,000 is a lot of cash. The withdrawals Jack Barnett made over the past 8 weeks, even over the past year, add up to nowhere near $100,000. The records are right there. Now, where did Jack Barnett get the money?
People in the music business are always making cash deals. He probably had it squirreled away in some safe deposit box.
I have the bank records here to show that someone did make cash withdrawals which add up to $100,000. Now, Terry Knight and Jack Barnett had one joint bank account and each had several separate accounts, did they not?
Yes,
Who handled Terry's account?
I did, most of the time.
Now, what happened to the cash that was withdrawn from 3 of her accounts on 8 different occasions? Withdrawals which, as you can see, add up to $100,000.
I don't know. Terry was very impulsive. Sometimes when she felt like buying something, she'd just go to the bank, get some cash, buy it, and tell me about it later.
How do you suppose Steve Gant got into Terry's apartment so he could do the killing?
I don't know.
I didn't either. So I asked him. He said the door was unlocked. Now, how do you suppose that happened?
Jack unlocked it for him and then left on a fake errand so it would look like he had an alibi.
Jack said it was locked when he left to run that errand. He said he and Terry always kept the door locked.
He's lying.
He is. Isn't it possible that someone unlocked it after Jack Barnett left?
If you're suggesting it was me, I was at the auditorium. You can ask anybody.
No, it wasn't you. It was the only person it could have been. It was Terry Knight herself.
Objection! This is all speculation.
Overruled.
After the liquor, the painkillers, the sleeping tablets, Terry made one great desperate effort to unlock the door so a stranger could end her suffering with a bullet. She wanted to die, didn't she? But she couldn't kill herself.
No.
Miss DeLeo. Is it not true that in the 7 months prior to her death, you and Terry Knight made several trips to Sloan Kettering Hospital in New York City?
No. Yes.
Would you tell the court, please, who's Dr. Philip Daltrey?
An oncologist on staff there.
And who is Dr. Marla Scott?
A neurosurgeon.
Why was Terry Knight seeing those doctors? Why? Becky, aren't you going to tell us about your best friend?
She had a brain tumor.
And the doctors told her the tumor was inoperable.
Yes. They told her her personality would change and that her behavior would become erratic and that gradually she'd lose control physically until finally it was going to be horrible.
So you helped her plan and carry out her own death.
I loved her. She wanted people to remember her as she really was, not as this awful thing she was turning into. And she told me if I didn't help her, she'd just keep trying until she found someone who would.
Originally, Gant planned it to look like she came upon a burglar and was killed. Why did you change the plan to make it look like premeditated murder? Why did you frame her husband?
I hated him. He hurt her so badly, I hated him. I couldn't stand the thought that she had to die all alone while he got to go on living and enjoying everything she'd helped him get.
But he loved her, honestly and deeply.
Nobody loved her like I did. She was out of her mind with pain. She begged me to help her. She was my friend. What else could I do? Nobody loved her like I did.
Your Honor, in view of these revelations, I move that all charges against the defendant be dismissed.
Does the state object?
No, Your Honor.
So ordered. The bailiff will take Miss DeLeo into immediate custody. Case dismissed.
sure you don't want to join us? Very good.
I'll ask Perry.
I hope you can make it.
We'll try. Jack, how about dinner with us tonight? I know a place where the music is soft, dancing is slow, and I know the words to the songs.
I don't think I'd be very good company tonight.
You know Terry wasn't herself.
I know. I just feel bad for her, that's all.
Oh, Perry, Ken just invited us to the club where Kathy Redding is performing.
You accepted?
I know what you think about rock and roll.
She trying to make me sound like I'm not with it?
I would hope not.
How about some dinner?
Oh, I already asked him. He said he'd rather not.
Barry, thanks for everything.